Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. 2 employees of the Kenya Revenue Authority have been arrested by the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission over allegations of soliciting and receiving a bribe linked to a multi-million tax dispute. The suspects Faith Gathoni Njoroge and Tyson Marango Owor, both based at KRA's Upper Hill offices in Nairobi, were arrested after taxpayer filed a complaint with the Anti-Corruption Agency. According to the EACC, the 2 allegedly demanded a bribe of 3 million Kenya shillings in exchange for influencing the outcome of a capital gains tax assessment worth 4.5 million. Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen has denied claims that the government deploys goons to disrupt protest. Speaking during an interview on Citizen TV, Murkomen said the government has enough police officers to handle demonstrations and maintain order. He added that police officers are trained to respond depending on the situation they face, especially when confronted by armed groups or violent mobs.
The government of Kenya has enough police officers to deploy. And I think, I remember in one instance someone was saying, why is a policeman walking there with those people who are carrying clubs and he's not doing anything? Because if he attempts to do something in the midst of those criminals, that 2 police officers, because your cameras are able even to pick those people because the police officers are restrained themselves to do nothing, because the chaos that will ensue, that police officer will be beaten.
The Orange Democratic Movement has for a second time removed Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna from his position as Secretary General. The decision was announced by the party's National Executive Committee after adopting a report from the Internal Dispute Resolution Committee. According to ODM, the committee recommended Sifuna's removal after he allegedly failed to respond to accusations of gross misconduct. Here's the party's acting Secretary General, Catherine Omanyo.
The party's Internal Dispute Resolution Committee that was constituted in accordance with Article 51(3)(f) of the party constitution to hear and determine the complaint concerning Senator Edwin Watenya Sifuna in his capacity as the Secretary General. After going through the report and the findings of the IDRS under Article 74, Section 2 of the party constitution, the NEC unanimously resolved to adopt the committee's recommendation and endorsed the removal from office of Senator Edwin Watenya Sifuna.
At least 13 people are dead and 66 others injured after a huge explosion at Qatar's biggest gas facility in Ras Laffan Industrial City. Officials say the blast was caused by a technical accident at the liquefied natural gas processing site on Sunday night. Videos show the sky glowing orange after the explosion. Qatar's energy minister says gas exports will continue as normal, adding that the incident was an accident and not an act of sabotage or attack. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. How are you doing? It is now 5 minutes past 6 o'clock. My name is Mungala Mbuvi and this is the People's Breakfast. I'm with CT Muga in the studio, and today It's going to be one of those days when we will ask you what you think about the state of the nation. And we're going to do that through the conversations we're going to be hosting here this particular morning. A couple of folks, we're hoping they will make it to the studio. We have, political analysts, policy analysts. We have politicians, people who are experts in very different areas who are going to be coming here to ensure that indeed that conversation is very, very, very well discussed. Siti Muga, uko namna gani bro?
Yes.
Uliamka vyema, ukalala vyema, ukafika nyumbani vyema, umekuja vizuri. Yule jamaa wako wa gari amekuja akakwambia politics za Ukambani na za Central.
Those ones that's a constant discussion.
Yeah.
But it is good. It keeps me informed. And it keeps me understanding what it is that people are discussing and saying out here.
Unajua, sometimes when I come before you, or rather, sorry, when you come before me and I find you in the car with him, I can tell that, that conversation inakuanga very deep. Because, nanga mkono wako ikikaa hivi. Ukifanya hivi najuanga hapa sasa City ana dissect. Na saa zingine nikimpata yeye akifanya hivi najuanga ni kama nakuuliza, lakini City nikuulize.
Actually that's exactly how it starts. Just bwana, kuna kitu nilikuwa nimesikia bwana, hebu nikuulize maoni yako. Wewe kitu unaonaje? And I ask back and say mama ali ulipokuwa unasikia watu walikuwa wanajadiliana nini? Then he explains to me and I say okay. So why is this thing an important discussion? Tell me iko hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi. Okay, so you want to know what I think? Then I tell him what I think. Yes. And what supports my thinking is this and this and this and this and this.
Okay.
So he pushes back. But what about this and this and this and this and this? Then I tell him, Apana, what you're saying is this
that and that and that
and that and that and that. Now let me explain to
you. So yesterday I hosted Mheshimiwa Wamalwa, party leader of DAPK.
Yes.
And we had a very extensive conversation on opposition politics.
A delightful fellow.
Bro, so amejipanga. Unajua tumekuwa tukiongea hapa hivi tukisema mambo, but I don't think tumepata mtu wa kutuambia kwa kweli.
Oh, he has clarity of mind. He articulates his points clearly.
Watu by the as much as tunasema they don't give us an agenda, and the president has been asking them, bwana mtupatie alternative, mnashinanga mkisema, what are you planning? What are you planning for the country? Who is going to be in the front lead? Bwana City watu wamejipanga. Mwenye atadhani hati ni mafala, hawajui kinyo wanafanya, hawajui kinyo wanasema, hapo sasa ndio utakuwa umeanguka mtihani vizuri tena sana. He was talking about the way they are having meetings on a daily. They have I think he called it rather a team of experts who's going to tell them, or rather this team of experts is going to tell them how to forge forward in terms of who they are going to choose as the flag bearer. Who's going to be the deputy? Who's going to take what position? And then in terms of policy, because I think that is where the rubber meets the road. Who's going to tell them how to combat some of the issues that this current government is giving them? How they're going to deal with some of the issues that Kenyans are asking? And I can tell you for free, without fear of favor, tumejipanga. Kama you missed that conversation last night, go check out our YouTube channel. That is Radio Generation Kenya. Tuliongea na Eugene Omalo jana. Na mambo alituambia ni mengi sana. I also hosted Gatundu South MP with Hanifa Adan. He's called Mr. Kagombe, GG Kagombe. Majamaa pia wenye unajua watu wa mlima, tunaitaka mlima wala kule Central. Awasha nikuambie. Unajua tumekuwa tukiuliza kama UDA kule inajulikana na kama watu wataka kutumia UDA tena. In very many words, and I know he might not agree with my statements right now, but in very many words, from what I understood during our conversation yesterday, is that indeed, I don't even think the president is going to run on a UDA ticket. Wale wajanja walisikia conversation yetu jana, na walisikia na wakaelewa. Kama wewe ni mtu ambaye anaelewa siasa, again, go check out our conversation on our YouTube channel at Radio Generation Kenya and get to understand what GG Kagombe and I talked about. But I can tell you, what we've had here before about UDA being in its last days, I actually agree with them.
Really, you do?
Yes, I do.
I'll tell you this about politics and politicians. Do not believe the things they tell you, and do not take them at face value.
Okay.
No.
He wasn't even being direct, City.
That's the whole point.
I'm picking out the nuances. Yes.
And I'm saying that, let me repeat again, do not take the things that the politician tells you at face value.
Yeah.
Or even the nuances. Because the thing about our politicians is the flexibility with which their spines move. It's rubbery. One moment you think that person is on this position and he speaks with great conviction.
And then they do a 180.
It's you who's left wondering, wait, did I really misunderstand this thing? Huh?
Yeah.
Is this the person I heard saying this, and is it?
So
when they say it, take it as what you've understood at that point in time.
Yeah.
But give yourself a lot of room for understanding something that could be completely opposite to what that person said.
Yeah. But again, for someone who is asking themselves, what is Mbuvi talking about? Because if you listen to some of the questions that Hanif and I were asking Mheshimiwa yesterday, kuna vile alikuwa anasema tunajua waheshimiwa vijana wanakuanga doji, they're never direct. You can ask one question and they answer a completely different one, but kwa mtu mjanja atajua by the way he has answered or she has answered the question that was asked. So there you have it. Again, YouTube channel Radio Generation Kenya, that's on YouTube. Go check it out. Now, today is 23rd of June 2026. The United Nations Public Service Day is being celebrated today, and International Widows Day. Do they have Widowers Day? Widows and widowers are put in one basket.
I'm not so sure, but I don't think so.
So, United Nations Public Service Day and then International Widows Day. Those are two very important days being celebrated, or rather, at the very least, two very important topics being tackled today by the United Nations. So why don't you check them out to understand more? For instance, on the United Nations Public Service Day, wanasema hivi, the UN Public Service Day intends to celebrate the value and virtue of public service to the community. And it is meant to highlight the contribution of public service in the development process, recognize the work of public servants, and encourage young people to pursue careers in the public sector. Since the first awards ceremony in 2003, the UN has received an increasing number of submissions from all around the world. So, again, UN Public Service Day, hiyo iko leo. Na hiyo ndio siku UN na celebrate. As far as International Widows Day, let me read this for a minute. Wanasema, for many women around the world, the devastating loss of a partner is magnified by a long-term fight for their basic rights and dignity, despite the fact that there are more than 258 million widows around the world. Widows have historically been left unseen, unsupported, and unmeasured in our societies. Do they have an UN Widowers Day? Hapa ndio watu wanakujenga wanasema hey bana, these ladies have been given so many days. Mara International Women's Day, Mara International Mother's Day, Mara Girl Child Day.
Who decides on these days? The UN, I suppose. And the criteria they use for deciding the day?
Yeah.
I think they want to highlight an issue. Okay? They want to highlight, say, societal norms, and they want to highlight societal norms as they relate to women. On this continent, cultural protections for widows always existed.
Yeah.
For many of them, the protection was in the inheritance. A relative of the husband who has passed away would then inherit this particular woman. Mean the children would receive protection, and what the inheritance meant was that they had somebody who took care of their interests. Okay. If there were children, they made sure the children were well looked after. If they themselves, it meant they were looked after. There are cultures within our continent that still maintain that. What has happened, though, over time, is that the woman's consent is required. Now, the community I come from,
yes,
a woman from the time she was married, even when they were young, was always encouraged to be on very good terms with her in-laws, brothers-in-law. We didn't have cousins, so they were just brothers-in-law. Partly, they foresaw a situation of this nature, that something may happen to this person, because there were always these clashes that people had with their neighbors over raiding of cows and what have you, or just illnesses.
Yeah.
So there was an opportunity for the lady to then be inherited by somebody she was already on good terms with. Yes. Now, but modern day inheritance laws are a bit bizarre.
Yeah.
because a lot of the time the inheritance has to do with what it is they think the widow has, or what the widow stands to gain, or what the widow is likely to have inherited from the husband. We hear of harrowing stories of women who've been dispossessed of land that their husbands owned. Oh yes.
Yeah, it's very bad, yeah.
We've heard some genuine horror stories, and these are from in-laws. Greed, unbridled greed, that just seeks to disenfranchise that woman who is widowed plus her children. Yes, we've seen such situations.
True.
Yes.
True. There's a time a neighbor of ours passed on, and for the very first time, he was a Luo, and for the very first time I actually saw hiyo kitu tunaitanga wife inheritance.
Ulicheck hiyo?
Hiyo nao niliona. We're talking about the 90s. I was a young child. Sidhani nilikuwa najua kutembea, but sikuwa najua kusoma na kuandika vizuri. For the first time niliona huyu ameenda Sayuni, bibi yake amechukuliwa na huyu, na wakaanza kuishi pamoja na life ikiendelea.
Where that became a problem was during when HIV and AIDS was a scourge and a problem, because people didn't bother to find out what is that had killed a man. So the likelihood of HIV now being proliferated to the inheritor, and in many cases the inheritors also had wives.
Yeah.
So you found a situation where the man dies, and many other people follow that man to the grave, because there was HIV and nobody bothered to determine what it is that had killed the person whose wife was now being inherited. Yes. But the widow, and the focus on the widow is not only timely, it is appropriate, because it then gives us time to reflect on how we understand widowhood, and how we understand the place of widows in our society, and what it is and how it is that they should be treated.
Okay.
Yes.
Tupatie methali yetu.
Bado tuko katika nchi ya Namibia. Okay?
Namib Desert na huko. Okay.
Interesting country.
Told you,
population kama 3.1 million peke yake. The capital, I know, is written Windhoek. That's how it is written.
Windhoek.
Yes, but pronounced Vind.
Oh, it's actually Vin.
Windhoek.
Okay.
Yes. The W's
these guys have this German heritage. Okay.
The W has a V sound to it. A word of peace redeems a crime.
A word of peace
redeems a crime.
Okay.
Mtu ameibia wewe kuku. Na amekuja amelia mpaka akaanguka chini. Akasema samea mimi. Tafadhali. Mimi kusaiba kuku yako.
But pole bwana.
Njaa ndio ilipeleka mimi kwa kuku.
Njaa aliniambia kuja kula.
Kuku yako.
Even where I come from, we don't we are very polite and we are very sympathetic to people who commit crimes that involve food. Mtu alikuja akaiba ugali, akaiba sukuma, akaiba kuku. Naachana. Anything else tutadili na wewe. Uliba computer tunakuroga. Lakini chakula bwana tunakuhudumia. Hata ukiingia kwa shamba ya mtu, if you trespass into someone's shamba or farm or whatever, and you steal something like mahindi, maembe, what usually happens is you're arrested in the area that you've committed the crime. So you'll go steal a mango, orange, or whatever it is, chicken, but you won't leave the area. And this is stories I've had. So you will steal this. Let's say it's a mango. So you've climbed a tree, you've picked mangoes, and this is a steal that you're committing, a crime you're committing, but you will be unable to leave the area.
Yani, your mango tree, you can remote control.
Yes, it will arrest you.
Okay.
Yeah, and then people will find you there, arrested, unable to eat the mangoes.
So mwenye mango ataitwa.
Yeah.
Taambiwa.
Hebu kuja. Mbuvi yako hapa alikuwa anajaribu kuchukua mango zako.
So mfungulia.
So something will be demanded of you as payment for the crime, and then you'll be released. You'll be found eating someone's wife. You're arrested there.
Kuna shida.
You now you are arrested there. Then there's a plaintiff and there's a defendant. So the plaintiff is the owner of the wife. Takuja kwambia okay, ulikuwa unajaribu kule chakula yangu, okay sawa. Tunafanya wewe. I need X amount. Then I release you.
Yes, there are there are communities the coast inaitwa Malu. Unalipa Malu.
Malu.
Yes, MALU.
Okay.
Yes.
Sounds like Mali.
Umepatikana kwamba wewe unapenda kutembelea shamba la wenyewe. Ndio hiyo. Yes, that.
So the compensation is called Malu.
Yes, you will pay. You will pay. There's no ifs and buts. Yeah. You will pay.
I'm sure you've seen this on TV as well. People who've been arrested by bees.
That one I have heard. You know, we're an interesting lot of people.
Oh, yes, we are.
But of interest, when I was a child, because I was in a sugarcane growing area, so long as you are found to have just taken one, say, stem, because it's a tall stem, nobody bothered with you. Because that doesn't affect the output.
Ulikuwa unajisaidia.
Unakula tu. That one, nobody cares. 2, 3, mazee kuna shida. Kwa sasa unaenda kuuza. One,
this is beyond you now.
No. One, ni wewe unakula. That one, it's all right.
By all means.
Akula. Hata 2, they'll say, maybe. 3, hapana. Hapana.
This is greed.
No, that's theft. That now constitutes theft. Ile ingine si theft. No, ulikuwa unapitia, uko na njaa kidogo. A little sugar in your system. Unaambiwa, carry on, brother.
Yes. You know me, I'm not a believer of this so-called supernatural arresting of people. But there's one incident I saw on social media. Bwana, there's a guy who had been sent for this arrest warrant. Mbele na nyuma zika exchange.
Are you serious?
Yeah. So his back from top to bottom he was okay. But from the waist down it went 180 degrees. So mbele ikakuwa nyuma ikakuwa mbele. That's when I was like, eh. And it was before the era of AI. Remember AI ilikuja tu juzi. We're talking about some 20-15 years ago, before we knew anything to do there. Now, I usually look at that video and I say, maybe someone did some camera tricks somewhere, edited the video to make it look like they did.
It is very possible. It is very possible. But if you are going to say that the dark arts do not exist, then clearly you don't live on this planet.
You're convinced.
You do not live on this planet. The thing is this. There's a difference between being a practitioner and being someone who acknowledges it may exist, but it has nothing to do with you. You do not participate in it.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, as a scientist, I usually look for an explanation to everything. Everything. Even when you tell me your hair is grey, I will tell you why it is grey.
Okay, tell me why.
I'll explain why you look the way you look. I'll explain why the weather is changing the way it's changing. I'll explain to you why the vehicle is behaving the way it will be. You won't tell me, oh, my vehicle has shut down because flani ameniroga. No. As a scientist, I always seek answers. Like in that particular video, iliniambia kuna kitu.
There are people who, it is said, are cursed by their parents.
Yes.
Or cursed by relative.
Laana.
Yes. Usually there is something that you have done. If I were to take the scientific view, I would say the perpetrator of that particular misdeed is aware of it more than anybody else. And it will bother you.
True.
It will be at the back of your mind. Ati aligongwa na gari kwa sababu alilaaniwa. You'll be preoccupied with the misdeed that you have done, and the likelihood is you may cross a road without looking, and you will get hit by a car.
For sure.
Yes, but it will be explained, Yakwamba.
That, alitupa mazingombwe, ndio maana hakuwa anajua barabara, kuna gari zinakuja hakuwa anaangalia, akaingia akagongwa pa.
Actually, no, they don't explain that way. Hiyo barabara kunaga magari. Hakunaga kabisa. Kwa sasa hizo hakuna.
Mbona hiyo siku ilimpata?
Lakini mbona tu in fact hakuwa katikati ya barabara. Alikuwa tu kando ya barabara. Hiyo gari kuja ikambonga pop like isina haya.
Before we read what's happening on radiogeneration.co.ke, let me give a big shout out to Rosification. Where? That's her name. Rosification. Good morning, guys. Thank you so much. Biot Boaz amesema good morning Buvi and City tuned in.
Thank you Boaz.
Mark Wailer amesema good morning as well. This is a new viewer. Even Rosification as well, seeing you for the first time. Welcome to the show. Willis Juma, good morning RG family. It's a chilly morning, very ready for the Thursday. Thank you so much. Louise Ruda Singwa amesema good morning. And then we have Douglas Kibogong. City, it's like we had once our peacekeepers in Namibia. Did we have?
Oh, we most certainly had peacekeepers in Namibia. And the thing that is known about that peacekeeping is we left very many young Kenyans there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maureen Kenyanjui has written a story here. Murkomen, government not involved in handling goons, police take lead.
At what?
Murkomen, government not involved in handling goons, police take lead. So Murkomen has told the country that the government is not involved in handling goons, and he has told the police take the lead to ensure that this is not perpetuated. But let me just read what exactly he said. Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration Kipchumba Murkomen has drawn a clear line between political leadership and security operations, saying that the handling of criminals is not a function of the government structure, but a duty assigned to the police service. Or handling of criminals. Okay. So speaking at Citizen TV on Monday, Murkomen stressed the law, or rather that law enforcement powers, including arrests and investigations, sit with the National Police Service and our political offices, even within the Interior Ministry. So amesema bwana, mnashindanga amesema goons ni wa serikali bwana, sisi. As a matter of fact, tuko na polisi wenye wana arresting watu kama hao.
I think let me leave that matter there.
Na tuko na maandamano on Thursday. Kesho kutwa.
Kesho kutwa ndio ngapi?
Tarehe 25. Wacha tuone. Coffee farmers set for higher earnings as Ruto announces new revival strategy. He's been on a roll. Sio chai. Sasa ameingia kwa kahawa. Next anaenda wapi? Watu wa sukari naona pia walisaidika in a way or another. So coffee farmers across the country are set for a major shift in earnings and production after President William Ruto rolled out a broad revival program aimed at expanding output, increasing farm acreage, and tightening how proceeds reach growers, while also defending the finance bill against criticism that he termed misleading. Now, the president used the public event in Kirinyaga County on Monday to outline the government's plan to transform the coffee sector, saying the focus is on raising production levels and strengthening cooperatives to ensure farmers benefit more directly from their work. City.
That is Martha Karua's backyard.
Let me tell you something. You see this thing that the president is supposed to ascend to, and I think he will do that today. This is now the finance bill. There was that thing they did over the week, not over the weekend, but that debate that they had. Unakumbuka walisema kuna vitu vipengele, ile vipengele vilitolewa. You remember before they went for the debate, Kimani Ichung'wah said, for example, ukiona mheshimiwa anakuambia kuna kitu kwa hiyo Finance Act yenye haifai kukua hapo, mwambie akwambie kipengele gani. Then akina Robert Mbui came and they said kipengele this one, kipengele that one, kipengele this one ziko kwa hiyo finance bill. Bro, these guys went and deleted those vipengeles in the middle of the night. From what I understand, I could be wrong on this. Because there's no way opposition MPs were so adamant and saying that this thing is there, this thing is there, this thing is there, this thing is there. Yesterday, I had a conversation, like I said, with Honorable Eugene Omalwa. And he told me that what the president is going to sign today, hata opposition hawajui hiyo kitu inasainiwa leo ni gani. Yeah,
but the truth of the matter is this, we will know.
So kuna ka game kanachezwa mahali. Either the opposition is lying to us or the government is lying to us, or both of them
Look at it this
are lying to us.
Why don't we reference this with the finance bill of 2024? There are those who are of the view that a lot of what people protested and some died for, which we were told were now excluded, were later included in subsequent, God knows, amendments
and
what
bills,
and so forth. Okay. The question one would ask is, why would that have changed now?
Me, I'm telling you, from what I understand,
bless you,
listening to the president, not the president, sorry,
listening to members of the opposition, like
listening to members of the opposition, starting with Honorable Robert Mbui, MP for Kadhiani. This one, I listened to him on TV, directly. And then listening to what Eugene Omalwa said yesterday. Bro, hatu alichezo.
I normally suspend my perspective. Yes, even perspective and view on this matter, because I haven't read it, or I haven't determined what is true in this matter and what isn't.
You remember Governor Sonko when he said at one point that he signed something when he was, did he say he was drunk when he signed it?
Yes.
Yeah. So he said that he was inebriated, and he signed something that he wasn't sure what he signed. And then he agreed to terms and conditions that they hadn't discussed. Walai no na watu wa opposition lifanywa kitu kama hiyo.
As far as I'm concerned, these individuals and all the bantering they have, they may mention all manner of statutes, all manner of portions of the Constitution.
Yes.
Up until when I have read it myself.
Yeah.
Because it's written in the English language.
It is written.
Then I will understand.
Because how do you explain members of government, majority, as we like to call them in parliament, they come and say that, look guys, this thing bana munadanganywa. Mtu akwambia ni kipengele gani? Then guys were like, oh, that tax on mitumba. And even the...
If I were Mbui.
Yeah.
If I were Mbui. Instead of just rattling off all the vipengeles, I would have said, kipengele hiki kinasema, kipengele hiki kinasema.
He actually did that.
Then if he did that, it's a question of confirmation.
Now, and even Nani, Eugene Omolo told me, because I asked him that yesterday, and I asked him, Mwesh, kwani hii kitu finance act, finance bill, yenye president anakuja kusema, akanambia bro, even we do not know what the president is going to sign. I think he's signing it today or tomorrow. And he said, even we do not know as opposition what that guy is signing. Aki aliniambia hivyo.
But wajua nini? Mimi hainisumbui kwa sababu tutajua. You see, the thing that makes the naysayers sound plausible and sound like they have something to say is because kuna vitu vinaitwa omnibus bill. Wewe unaletewa hii bill ya kwamba hii ndio iko.
Yes.
Haki kuna vingine karibu 3-4 hapa ambao hujaambiwa. But iko hapo katika omnibus.
Hivyo ndivyo iko.
So ukisign, hata hizo zingine umesign.
So nikitumia magazeti kama example. Ni kama mtu akwambie, so in the headlines today, we are going to start with Taifa Leo on the headlines, and then I tell you, so as I read Taifa Leo, just get a hold of this copy. Kumbe mimi nakupatia Daily Nation. So you're looking at the Daily Nation, me I'm looking at Taifa Leo. So we are arguing on very different headlines. So we nakwambia the headline inasema Masaibu ya Karua Uganda, but you're looking and saying,
hapana bro,
puzzle over Ruto's cyber security unit.
Yes.
So we are reading different things.
The thing is, until I confirm myself and determine on this particular, and if I'm to reference the past and how bills have been sneaked in, okay? And by the way, this it's just that we are more aware and we pay. I never used to pay attention to these things. Now I do pay some attention. I'm going to pay even more attention so that when I speak on the subject, I can actually quote chapter and verse and say, guys, ikitu, as you evil. Because in all honesty, the things that have crept into our laws. Bro.
And if it is true, someone is trying to make a fool of the other.
Not only that, if it's something that was agreed upon that should be removed and has not been removed, some of these things, I don't even know why people bother, because it's a short-term gain. Because these things will be repealed at some point.
You tell me, City, why is it that 186 MPs versus 186 MPs were not in parliament during the vote?
Was it 186 or 187?
186.
Okay.
I think it's
not working 186.
Officially, 186.
Well,
but 122 were in parliament on in the day on the day of voting.
Yes.
Those numbers don't make sense, Bana.
No, they don't.
We know for sure they were not there. For sure, we know. But why? Why? Both opposition and
I think the next
government.
The next step in having this discussion is to look at the MPs who did not attend.
I hosted one of them yesterday. That is Kagombe of Gatundu South, and I asked him, Mahesh, were you in parliament during the voting? He said no. He was attending to a tragedy that had happened in one of his friends' place. You remember that there's a child who drowned a couple of days ago, and it caused a huge hullabaloo in terms of the conversation around the death of the child, and I'd like to avoid that part. But he said that he was attending because he was present during the said incident. So he explained, and
10, 20 MPs not attending, I understand. 186.
186, bro.
186.
Kuna mtu anachezwa.
Not only that.
Na ni Mkenya anachezwa by
why don't they just disband parliament? Is this thing not that important?
You remember what Nyoro said, MP for Kiharu? He said that he was out of the country attending to some more serious matters than voting. Sitimi nakwambia kuna mtu anachezwa hapa na ni Mkenya. Haya, wacha tufanye traffic kidogo, then we get down to business and check out what's making sense as far as the headlines are concerned.
Traffic.
Junction Mall, from that is if you're coming from Lenana School, everything is looking good. Ngong Road basically is looking movable right now, so you guys are not stuck anywhere. If you check out Jago Road as well, Jago Road looking good at this particular hour. Kuna a little bit of traffic at Makadara, but that is because of the stage that is usually there, and that's why perhaps you could be finding a little bit of traffic. But this is not something to worry about because it's definitely moving. I hardly think you'll be stuck there for more than 30 seconds if you're just driving through. Landis Road as well, looking good at this particular hour. Railways huko Nairobi CBD inakaa iko sawa sawa. Haile Selassie as well, ikusonga nyuma all the way to Ngong Road, you're looking good. Gitanga, pia iko sawa. James Gishuru, as you're heading towards Wayakiwe, iko sawa. Speaking of which, Wayakiwe itself, let me just move back all the way to 87, because that's where I expect a lot of Nairobians to be heading towards Nairobi. But nonetheless, the road is looking mnasonga vizuri sana, hakuna shida yoyote whatsoever. Then Lower Kabete Road as well, hii inasonga vizuri kabisa. Wayakiwe Red Hill Link Road pia iko sawa. Nikiangalia hapo kingine Peponi Road huko ni kwa Masos Wadosi ya mnanga stress ya but hizi barabara zao. Have you been to that Peponi area? Those roads are usually so narrow. I don't think they anticipated the traffic to look the way it is in the year of 2026. All right, so again, Thika Superhighway. If you're coming from Utalii, kiao traffic, but this one from my assessment, maximum 5 minutes delay. Kiambu Road as well, huko mko sawa kabisa, munasonga vyema bila stress whatsoever. Thika Superhighway, if you're coming from Kenyatta University, iko sawa. Sorry for that alarm. Munasonga vizuri tena sana. If I can just zoom out and zoom in to Mombasa County, Mombasa pia ina stress yote kule Fort Jesus Museum, watu wa Moi Avenue, pembe za ndovu. Jana tulikuwa na mheshimiwa governor wa Mombasa County Abdul Swamad, akatuambia huku wakati mwingine kukinyesha kulikuwa kunakaa vibaya tena sana, lakini kwa sasa kunakaa vizuri. Barabara za leo zinakaa grey, kumaanisha magari haiko barabarani. Naangalia Haile Selassie Road, naangalia pia Mwembetayari Road, naangalia Mijikenda Street. Hizo barabara ziko sawa kwa sasa, lakini ukiona chochote barabarani tunachofaa kujua, longa nasi.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Front page of the Daily Nation, puzzle over Ruto's cybersecurity unit. What's the puzzle about? They're saying President Ruto has established the National Cybersecurity Agency, which is packed with security chiefs, through an order published in a special issue of the Kenya Gazette. But a seemingly routine executive action has sparked controversy. Queries emerged about the procedure for parliamentary approval of the regulations anchoring the agency and its sweeping mandate. This story is on pages 4 to 5. Now, at a glance, they're saying the agency's functions include to manage the day-to-day operations of the National Cybersecurity Operations Center, as well as to formulate and oversee the implementation of national cybersecurity strategies for adoption across the public and private sectors. Principals and state trade blame over schools unrest. This is on page 2. Page 10. 1 in 5 Kenyans living with HIV does not know it. Now, a new report says the proportion of undiagnosed people in another factor fueling new HIV infections in the country. Lazima ujue your status. Usiende tu huko hivyo ukidunga mashimo na ujue unadunga mashimo ukiwa na shida gani. Silent killer in the womb. Malaria parasites have a deadly secret. They vanish from a mother's blood to hide in the placenta, slowly starving the fetus of oxygen and nutrients. You know, if you understand malaria is caused by a protozoa. This protozoa is called Plasmodium. For a very long time, Plasmodium was thought to belong to the kingdom of Animalia. Kitambo kutuanga na plantae na Animalia. But the more people understand this Plasmodium protozoa, the more they get to understand this particular disease called malaria. Malaria has been with us for a very long time. And here I thought that in 2026 we'd probably even have what I would consider a vaccine to just eradicate this particular malaria.
Is a malaria vaccine.
It's more of a, it's not really a vaccine, it's more of a, what do they call it? Prophylaxis.
A pre-exposure prophylaxis.
Anyway, there you have it about malaria. Inajificha kwa placenta.
By the way, the thing is, people assume that malaria is only found in Africa. It is not true.
It's all over the world.
Yes.
Sana tropical areas where you'll find the female Anopheles mosquito. Karua's ordeal at the hands of Ugandan agents. Senior Counsel Martha Karua was blocked by Ugandan authorities from entering the country and deported back to Kenya yesterday. Ms. Karua had traveled to defend a Ugandan colleague but was declared persona non grata at the Entebbe International Airport. She endured similar harassment in Tanzania last year. You remember, there's a time last week, I think, or maybe last week, part one. We had to resume that headline. Karua went to Uganda, all the way to the prison where Kizza Besigye is being held. She wasn't allowed to see Kizza, but she went there. Then this time around, she went there and they held her incommunicado, according to her colleagues here in Kenya. And then they deported her. So yesterday we were having a conversation again with DAPK leader Eugene Wamalwa, and they said they were going to release a statement today, but according to Wamalwa, Martha Karua was really shaken by that ordeal. Ulikuwa unafika hivi unashikwa, kila kitu yake kinachukuliwa, simu, mitambo yote ulikuwa umebeba unakuwa separated na watu, na unaweka watu, ukubaliwi kupigia watu wako Kenya ama Uganda ama Tanzania ama kokote kule nchini, hata uwezi ambia watu uko wapi.
Kwani alienda peke yake?
It's cray. I guess
they make sure you separate you from the people you came with.
Incommunicado means you're not in communication with anyone. It's really bad, eh? Let's check out Taifa Leo. Wanasema masaibu ya Karua kule Uganda udikiteta, hivyo ndivyo wanaandika. Wanasema Martha Karua alizuiwa kuingia Uganda jana kumwakilisha kortini wakili wake wa Kizza Besigye, Erias Lukwago, aliyekamatwa kwa amri ya mwanawe Rais Museveni Muhoozi mnamo mwaka wa 2024. Karua alipitia masaibu kama hayo alipoenda kumtetea Besigye kabla ya kufurushwa nchini Tanzania. Hiyo waweza kuipata katika ukurasa wa pili. Wakenya wengi hawajui wana ukimwi. Takriban Wakenya 300,000 ama 300,000 walioambukizwa hawajapimwa hali zao na wahatarisha maisha ya Wakenya wenzao. Ukurasa wa 3. Ukurasa wa pili, serikali kusaidia waathiriwa wa moto kule Gikomba. Moto uliozuka Jumapili usiku ulichoma biashara nyingi, mbali na kuua watu 2 na kujeruhi wengine 17. Alafu ukurasa wa pili, Juni 25, serikali yaonya upinzani. Kindiki, Mwaura wakanya wanasiasa kuingilia siku ya ukumbusho wa Gen Z Alhamis. Ukurasa wa pili. Jana niliweza kuwasiliana na mmoja wa vinara wa upinzani, na alisema ya kwamba hawatakuwa kule, mpende msipende. Haya, Orengo wataka Ruto asitie saini mswada wa fedha. Hiyo kidogo itakuwa null and void, but asema mswada huo ulipitishwa na wabunge wachache mno. Katika ukurasa wa pili wa 4, samahani. Alafu ukurasa wa 13 hadi wa 20, Uingereza pazuri timu 3 za Afrika zikiingia dimbini leo. Uingereza na Ghana DRC wakionana na Colombia, Senegal pia ugani. Jana kuna ile timu ya South America inajulikana kama Argentina. They went at it yesterday with Australia, bana. They beat those guys 2-0.
They beat Australia?
Yes, they did. Now there's a guy called Messi. That guy is lethal. Yesterday he did
the guy in Spain. Is it Portugal called Ronaldo?
That is Portugal, yes.
He's also lethal.
I was watching that game with Chinese friends yesterday. I didn't know the Chinese people in Kenya are very much into Argentina, 150%.
Unajua? Chaguo ni lao, sio?
Yeah, here's the kicker though. Australia is one of the biggest trade partners when it comes to food. I would have thought they would be with Australia. But no, they were cheering Argentina all the way.
You know, when the choices that people make with regards to football, it's not a straight line. You may support a team because of one particular player.
Actually, it was because of Messi. Because I asked one of them, hey, man, I thought these guys were your friends. Now, that is Australia. They told me, let me tell you something. It is one thing to do trade. It is another to look at someone play a very beautiful game. And at that point, I was like,
Right.
I understand you, my friend. Continue.
Yeah.
Over to you, City.
Right. Well, let's look at the Star. Interesting, huh? Back in the middle of the paper, there is a headline that's actually interesting. TVET boom. Entry hits 1.2 million as help fund for 828,000 students. Hizi ni zile vitu ambazo ukishasoma inahitaji ufanye
Nusi.
wewe unafafanua kidogo. Yes. What it means is this, huh? Those who keep applying for places in TVET institutions in this country have increased, and the numbers have hit 1.2 million. That's really what they're saying.
Okay. Yeah.
It means we have had a turnaround, and people have understood that the pursuit of higher education in the universities for degrees is no longer as popular as it once was. That is what it is being spoken of.
Yeah.
And this is, in many ways, a turning point for the country.
Yeah.
Yes. Meaning we are beginning to balance it. There's an understanding that the technical subjects that give you a hands-on experiences on what you want to do have gained popularity. They hadn't had popularity.
Yeah.
They had dimmed in popularity. But now,
It is what it is.
as you keep saying, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Kalonzo borrows from Obama's playbook in 2027 State House run. Wiper leader builds a people-funded campaign built around small online donations. Umesikia hiyo?
But he's been doing that ever since, for the last 20 years.
Sawa. One can only wish him
The best.
Yes, one can only wish him luck. Taxpayers on the hook for 261 billion liability crisis. Why are taxpayers on the hook? Taxpayers face a potential 261.3 billion burden in the CC, from court awards, pending lawsuits, disputed claims, unpaid contracts, and other contingent liabilities. I am of this view.
Yes.
Some of these liabilities are contrived.
Okay.
There's an understanding the government is going to pay for it, and the government means you and me. So when the government pays, then there are people who benefit from it. I do not see why, when a court has determined a ruling, why you cannot cap that particular payment, agree on an installment, and this is what we're going to pay you. So there's no more liability. But these ones of ours, they acquire interest. And they acquire interest over time. So what you end up paying is not what you owed.
Yeah.
We've seen this with international contractors. This Summit Road, it has such a problem. It's not the only one. We've had contracts similar to that even at JKIA.
Yeah.
Where there's an abrogation of the contract, and suddenly the person who was supposed to be in charge of that contract suddenly wants money. We had a problem of that same with Catraco. There's some Spanish companies, some which don't even exist right now. They don't exist, by the way.
Yeah.
Disbanded, finished. They don't exist. But we still owe them money. So how do you owe a non-existent entity? Who do you pay?
Like I remember, I don't know who it was. I think it was the governor yesterday who said some of these companies even change names or they disband themselves. So we owe an non-existent entity money.
As a country, we do. So you ask yourself, why did we get into that mix in the first place? So that we would end up owing. Why? Now that is a question that we keep asking. You'll find a government entity has been taken to court.
Yeah.
For some reason, they always lose these cases. How? How?
Yeah.
Huh? You cannot be in the situation that is being described here by the Auditor General, and I will suspect that there are games being played. I will not just accept that this is money that we owe and we need to pay. No, I will say, as you correctly put it, tunachezwa. Father sentenced to death for poisoning and stabbing 2 daughters.
Oh yeah, I saw that story. Quite sad.
There's some tragic things, my friend. They're depressing so early in the morning. My friend, it's called a double murder, and the fellow was handed a death sentence.
Okay. Okay.
Right.
Someone is correcting me that Argentina played Austria, not Australia. Thank you for that. That is Awino Alice and Michael Olande. Yeah.
Sawa.
It was Austria, not Australia.
Yes, Australia bado.
Kidogo ulimi hapo nimejuma.
Hiyo Austria kuna Afrika wanacheza hapo ndani?
Sikumbuki ilikuwa na mtu mweusi.
Usijali, we will find out.
Like I said, I was with some Chinese friends.
Personally.
We were,
if it's
deep in conversation.
A game is going on. Hata kama sijui.
Yeah.
I'm not watching the game. I'm looking to see if there's an African playing.
You're always looking for these blacks, eh?
Oh, yes. Yes.
I'll give you the Austria lineup.
And the teams that have many Africans tend to do well. Yes.
But Australia actually has several black players.
Yes. Why do you think I'm asking the question? If there's no black player, I'm not watching that game.
Come on, City. You can't be that person.
I'm actually not saying this to sound facetious. I am actually telling you a fact.
Okay.
Where the football World Cup is concerned, if there are no black players, I'm not watching that game.
Sawa.
There was a time I used to just watch football for the sake of it.
Game Japan actually has a black player. The what is it called? The goalkeeper is called Suzuki. He has Ghanaian roots.
Let me just put it to you this way, okay? There's a time you found Zaire in the World Cup, was Nigeria in the World Cup, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, and Algeria, maybe Morocco, once in a while. Yes, I wasn't as political as I am now.
Now, Austria has a black player. He's called Kevin Danso. He plays for Tottenham Hotspurs.
Good.
In the EPL.
When the next play, I will watch the game.
They also have David Alaba, who plays for Real Madrid. He's a black player. They also have Philip Mwene. Mwene sounds Kamba. He plays for Mainz.
Can't sound more Kamba than
he plays for Mainz in the Bundesliga.
Yes.
In Germany.
Yes.
But yeah, so they have at the very least 3 black players.
Yes. There was a time I used to support Germany. A guy called Rummenigge. Then there's a guy called the Kaiser. They used to play some beautiful football.
Yeah.
Germany still plays fantastic football.
Yes.
Okay? Spain play excellent football. France now, the bias.
France, I think.
Now the bias now just kicks in 100%. Because that's it's a clear bias, and it must be understood that even I acknowledge it's a bias. Okay?
For France, I think you need to ask, do they have any white players? Of course they do.
I remember the time they won the World Cup. Do you remember? I still remember there was a Frenchman, black of course, called Desailly. It is how the names stick.
Desailly.
Yes. Put it to you this way, it is important that I support my fellow Africans.
Yeah.
Ni muhimu sana.
It will be very simple if I actually point out the white players, because if you check out the blacks, tutalala hapo. So the whites we include William Saliba, Theo Hernandez, Lucas Hernandez, Mercedes Lecroix, and Lucas Digne. Everyone else there is white. Is black, sorry.
Yes. How avocado farmers in Gatundu are reaping big from booming export. So what are they doing? Avocado. Ile kitu avocado.
Ova.
Yes.
Avocado.
Wanakula ova. Oh, right. Gen Z legacy must be more than a moment. I agree completely. This is a headline in the Star. Okay, a clash of allegiances. Right. Life goes on. Karua interferes with Besigye's interfering with Besigye's defense. No, let me repeat this again. Karua, Uganda interfering with Besigye's defense.
Because she's actually his lawyer.
Let me tell you this. Whoever is in power right now, this is their moment in the sun. It will come to an end. Okay?
Eugene Omala reminded us that in 2001, when there was a petition in Uganda, Kenyan lawyers defended President Museveni.
Yes, they did.
And Wamalo was one of the lawyers.
Yes.
And was it Kaminiwa?
Yes.
Yeah. Haminwa. Haminwa, sorry.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, they did.
They were lawyers for Yoweri Museveni in Uganda.
Yes.
So amesema, if it is good for Yoweri, it is good for Kizza Besigye.
Let me tell you something about power. It convolutes. It changes people. This Museveni we now see was not the Museveni who took power in Uganda. This one. No. He has changed the time. And there are instances where he hasn't changed for the better. There was a time that his being there was always a stabilizing force for that particular country. In many ways, as we speak right now, it is still a stabilizing force.
I was asking Mhesh, that is Wamalo yesterday, is it really Museveni who's doing this? Or is there some hidden hand that we're not seeing? And he told me that he can't answer that question because he's not in Uganda to know. But he was telling me that we can't rule that out.
I would put it differently. We become prisoners of the systems we set up. At some point, it serves our purposes. As we grow older and as time passes by, that system sometimes can become more powerful than us. Yes. And you can become captive to that particular. In this country, when it was seen that that particular system was exercising muscles and wanted to be captive of the president, was when the change the constitution movement came. The Akina Njoroge Mungai, Akina Kihika Kimani, and the like. They felt Jomo Kenyatta was unwell, he was old, nothing he could do. The only thing that stood in their way was the Attorney General then, a gentleman called Charles Njonjo. But the system that you create, because everybody I'm talking about here, they're people who had origins from Kiambu. Okay?
Yeah.
They were seizing a moment. They were not doing something evil. No, they were just being political. They saw an opportunity. The only problem was they were foreseeing the death of a president. That Njonji told them it amounts to treason.
It's treasonous.
Yes, exactly. Just to think, umefikiria kwamba ujamaa anaweza rudisha logbook. That, my friend, is treasonous. So again, President Yoweri Museveni is not in his first youth. Okay? He is not in control as he once was. He can't be. The natural attrition of life guarantees that you get to a certain age, you will not have all the things around you, all the variables. You will not take charge of them. And that's why a succession plan is important. To understand it better, go to Zimbabwe, when Robert Mugabe was in charge.
Yeah.
And he was president. Robert Mugabe stopped being in charge a long while ago. This is why systems like the Chinese Communist Party are useful.
Yeah.
Because they have a clear succession plan. There is no gap that is left. Zero. You're talking about political. No gap.
Yeah.
So-and-so is not there. To begin with, he doesn't decide alone.
Or the Westminster style of the UK.
That one can be destabilizing because like now...
they have a new Prime Minister.
Yes, the Keir Starmer has been told... Okay? So someone new is coming in. There are those who argue, by the way, this is nothing. If you look at the parliamentary system in Israel and the speed with which they change prime ministers, or in Italy, this is mild. Yes. So that's their system. But systems like the one we have, a leader comes of age, a leader matures. With time, the system that they have tends to have more power than they do. And sometimes their staying in power has to do with the system. Now, you know, a system is an inanimate object. It is given life by the people around it.
Yes.
So that is very likely to happen when somebody stays in power for a long time.
Okay.
Yes.
Ushasema sitting.
Yes.
All right. We need to get into the news, but before we do that, umemalizana na gazeti?
Nimemalizana na gazeti bwana.
Na acha nisome haraka. Standard inasema cry for justice at the front page. They're saying a faceless, digitally organized generation sparked a civic movement that peaked on June 25, 2024, when protesters breached parliament during the anti-tax Gen Z uprising. The protest reshaped the political landscape and ushered in a new wave of youth-led activism, but also turned violent amid widespread allegations of police brutality. 2 years on, the calls for systemic change have not faded, and youth groups, human rights organizations, the clergy and opposition leaders are still demanding justice and accountability from President William Ruto's administration. Now that one, you'll find on page 2. They have a few Gen Z demands there: justice and accountability, public apology, national remembrance, access, participation and adequacy of compensation, adequate, timely, realistic and transparent compensation. Now this one I agree with, and guarantees of non-repetition. Also this one I agree. I mean I agree with all of them, but strongly with guarantees of non-repetitions, adequate, timely, realistic and transparent compensation. And then ingine access, participation and adequacy of compensation. Hiyo pia iko na maswala hapa na pale. We are taking a short break. Getting to the news when I come back. Tusalimia kina Orash Boni, Michael Olande and team. So don't go too far. We'll be right back.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. A section of Nairobi MPs is calling on the Nairobi County government to compensate traders affected by the Gikomba market fire that destroyed businesses on Saturday night. Led by Embakasi North Member of Parliament James Gakuya, the lawmakers questioned the effectiveness of the county's disaster response team, saying the fire broke out just a short distance from a fire station. 2 people died in the incident, while 17 others were injured. The case of the fire is yet to be established.
Na serikali imekuwa ikiahidi kwamba itaweka mikakati mpaka kuweka hizo kamera za kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba wale ambao wanatenda hizi vitendo wanaweza kamatwa na hizo kamera ili kujulikane chanzo za hii mashida ni gani. Yetu leo ni kusema pole kwa hao walifariki, na tunaomba wale ambao walipata majeraha waweze kupona haraka. Lakini tunauliza serikali kuu na serikali dogo, itawezekanaje janga inakuwa hapa CBD nje na moto inachomeka 10 hours bila moto kuwa under control?
The High Court in Malindi has resumed hearings in the Kwabinzaro murder trial, with the prosecution expected to present 6 witnesses this week. The court is expected to conduct site visits to locations linked to both the Kwabinzaro and Shakahola murder investigations. The visit is aimed at helping the court examine the forest area where followers of controversial preacher Paul Mackenzie are alleged to have undergone extreme religious indoctrination, resulting in numerous deaths.
Nilitoka kule, nilishe kule mwaka mmoja tu, lakini sikufunga sana vile. Nilikuwa mimi sitaki, sababu mtu nilikuwa anapenda kukula. Kabidi kama maeleza ya bwanangu, hii mambo ya kufunga Mr. Taezana nayo.
Ulikuwa ndiye ni bibi yake na ile aliyotukia kule Shakahola, na hao ulikuwa ni wamoja wapo huko Shakahola. Sasa kufikia sasa siwezi kujua kama yule mtoto wangu yuko hai ama amekufa, kwa sababu huyo mume mwenyewe ambaye ni Julius Tuva, yeye yuko hai, yule pale namuona, lakini mtoto wangu sijamuona.
The hearing into the disappearance of Nakuru fisherman Brian Odhiambo continued yesterday, with the second accused, Kenya Wildlife Service officer Isaac Ochieng, taking the witness stand. Ochieng, one of the 6 KWS officers facing charges linked to the alleged abduction, told the court he did not know whether the man arrested during a security operation at Lake Naivasha on January 18, 2025 was Brian Odhiambo.
Na hata ushatumana ujumbe kwa mamake Brian na bibi yake Brian kwamba ukipewa pesa kidogo unaweza kuwaonyesha iliyo mwili ya Brian Odhiambo. Ni kweli si kweli? It is only that this is not your statement.
The statement itself, I was not the one writing the statement. I was being asked a question and I give an answer.
You were interrogated?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you remember signing the statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
The High Court has summoned Health Cabinet Secretary Eden Duale to appear in court today of alleged contempt of court linked to the controversial Ebola facility in Laikipia. Justice Patricia Nyaundi issued the order after claims that construction of the facility continued despite conservatory orders stopping the project. The case follows an application filed by Katiba Institute, which wants the court to intervene in the implementation of the US-backed Ebola quarantine facility. Iran has denied a claim by Vice President J.D. Vance that it will allow nuclear inspectors back into the country after the first round of talks between Washington and Tehran to reach a final deal to end the war. Following negotiations in Switzerland, Vance said the discussions with the International Atomic Energy Agency could be happening as soon as today, but Iran's foreign ministry told state media that Tehran had made no new commitments on nuclear inspections. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. How are you doing? It is now 6 minutes past 7 o'clock. A big shout out to everyone who's tuned in. There's Rosification, Biwot Boaz, Makwela, Willis Juma, Luis Rudasingwa, Douglas Kibogong, Michael Olande, Orash Boni. Wote mnasema good morning. Thank you so much, guys. Now, Majok is saying, good morning, movie. Please don't mislead. You can't just delete or add clauses into a bill at will. There are procedures once a bill reaches parliament. If something changes, there is a process. So, Majok, what I'm saying is, I am not saying anyone misled anyone. I'm just saying that perhaps someone is not being honest. And I clearly said opposition and government. One of them could be, and I didn't say it is a fact. I just said that a lot is being said out there that we're not sure of. But thank God we have members of parliament in the studio, and they'll tell us exactly what happened during that particular finance bill debate. So we're going to be asking them that question. Danson Kenya, good morning. How are you doing? Michael Olande, nimekusalimia. Owino Alice Nduta amesema, Mbuvi, are you sure you watch Australia? Yes, I confirmed that it was not Australia, it was Austria. Thank you for that particular correction. Alafu kuna Danson amekwambia CT agree. Why did the government have to pay 7 billion for cancelling France deal for Hironi Mausami deal? Was the reasoning sensible?
Well, it follows a trail of very many incidences of that nature, and even at a very low, what you call a local level,
yes,
where the government is taken to court and it is required that they pay certain amounts of money. For some reason, I always marvel at the number of cases the government loses.
Yeah,
I have to ask, Kwani?
Yes.
Who do they engage to represent them?
True.
And at the end of it, there is a bill, and at the end of it, it isn't paid expeditiously.
Yeah.
It accrues an interest, and before you know, the taxpayer is burdened with a debt which need not have been there.
True story.
Yes.
All right. Now, we want to talk about the finance bill of 2026. It was passed, opposition versus government. Of course, what next? And with us is Member of Parliament for Kitui Central Constituency, that is Honorable Dr. Makali Mulu. Mheshimiwa, good morning and welcome back.
Hi,
to
good
Radio.
morning.
Yeah, Radio Generation.
Good to see you.
Karibu sana.
Yes.
And we also have his friend and counterpart, not counterpart really, but colleague in the Parliament as well. That is Honorable Dr. Robert Pukose. Now, he is an MP of Endebes constituency, and also is the vice chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee. Mheshimiwa, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning, and
nice
thank
to have
you.
you here. Yeah.
And Honorable Makali is also a member of the budget.
Of the same committee, yes.
Yes.
Sawa. Karibuni sana.
Asante.
Like I was just telling my viewers there, the MP, not the MP, but the bill that was debated in Parliament, the finance bill of 2026 that was debated in Parliament, was it the same bill that went through public participation? Was anything removed or added during public participation, and eventually what the president is to assent to? Is that what was debated in Parliament during the vote that happened a few days ago?
Thank you, and I'm glad to be here in Radio Generation. The bill that was debated in Parliament is the bill that was submitted by the CS Treasury to Parliament on 30th of April.
Yeah.
And this is a bill that the Committee on Finance carried out public participation in various forums.
Yes.
Where they were able to get both written memorandums and oral submissions from the public. And they did extensive public participation.
Yes.
Under the chairmanship of Honorable Kimani Kuria of Molo.
Yeah.
And that is the bill that was brought to Parliament.
Okay.
Debated through the various process. Once the bill is submitted to Parliament, then it goes through the first reading. Then it is subjected to public participation. Then once that is done and the committee tables a report, then we go for second reading, which we did. And after the second reading, then we went to the committee of the whole house where we did amendments, the various amendments which were incorporated from the public participation.
Yeah.
Then after that, then the bill went to the third reading. And now the bill has been sent to His Excellency for assent, which will be assented today morning.
Okay.
Yes.
You said 30th of April is when it was submitted to Parliament.
Yes, yes.
So between 30th of April and by the time it was being debated, was anything minused? Was anything added? Or when it came in and when it came out, it is the same document?
No, it's not the same document.
Okay.
The views of the public were incorporated by the committee, and those were brought in as amendments. You know, when the bill was brought to Parliament, there were reservations from the members of the public.
Okay.
And from the committee's submissions, those reservations from the public became amendments, and therefore the bill was amended.
Okay.
In the final report, the bill has been amended. It's not the way it was presented initially by Treasury. So there were amendments that were done.
Yeah.
And many of those amendments were actually in the floor of the House, were actually supported by our colleagues, the 40 colleagues who opposed it.
Yes.
They supported some of those amendments, but their position was that their position was to reject everything. And it actually became funny because you are supporting the amendment, but when it comes to declaring whether you vote yes or no, they vote no. But I think generally the views of the public were taken into consideration.
Right.
You had views from the public, views from professional bodies, and all other stakeholders.
Okay.
Yes.
Mheshimiwa Makali, this one is for you because there's something Mheshimiwa Robert Mbuyi of Katiani said, and this is after Majority Leader he did a presser and said, look, if any member of parliament is going to tell you this is a bad bill because of specific issues, let them mention the specific vipengeles. I remember he used that word. Kipengele kigani na kigani na kigani ambacho maybe anakubaliana ama akona opposition nacho. Now, and when he left, of course, Mheshimiwa Mbuyi came and said, kuna kipengele this one and this one that is in contention. Maybe you can let us understand, because it seems like there was some kind of confusion, in my opinion, and because I am not an expert in this and I do not know actually what is in the final document.
Yes.
What was there? Because when Mheshimiwa Kimani Ichung'wah challenged opposition leaders to mention these vipengeles, and then of course Robert Mbuyi came and mentioned these vipengeles, what exactly were they saying? Because it seems like ni kama hatukuelewa walikuwa wanamaanisha nini.
Thank you so much. I think let me provide the background so that
please
the viewers and listeners can appreciate the process. Now, this finance bill
is a bill which has originated from the executive, which means the people who started it is the executive.
Yes.
Now, when we talk about the executive, it means the Minister of Finance at their own time initiated the process, conducted public participation, pushed this bill to the cabinet, which is chaired by the president, and the president now, after agreeing that this is now the position of the executive, that's the time they hand over the bill to Parliament. So when the bill comes to Parliament, it means whatever is in that bill, and that's normally the green book, whatever is in that book, that is now the executive position. So whatever proposals were there, those were the intentions of the executive. Now, when it comes to the House now, Parliament, it is tabled and handed over to the Committee on Finance and Planning. Now, the Committee on Finance and Planning is a committee of Parliament, which means whatever they do is now a parliamentary process. So they subject the bill again to public participation.
Okay.
Now, the public would now be able to say this is good, this is not good. And at the end of the day then, now they bring proposed amendments to the plenary, which we now debate. So what I want Kenyans to know is that some of the things we are opposing,
yes,
because when the bill it comes, there is the executive position. And in that executive position, there were a number of clauses which were not friendly to Kenyans.
Okay.
Why am I saying it's not friendly? Is looking at the context, our economic environment. When you look at what is happening with the war in Iran, because of that war, a number of prices have gone. Prices of the oil have gone up, and that has triggered what we call fuel-related inflation. So it means now most of the prices of the goods have gone up.
Okay.
Now, as a result of what we are saying, with that background, and with what is happening, that people are saying we have no money in our pockets, we are saying this is not the time to take more money from people's pockets and then push it to the side of the government. This is the time for the government to come up with initiatives which ensure Kenyans have more money in their pockets.
True.
Now, it was on the basis of that we provided an alternative budget, if you remember.
Yes, I
There was
do.
an alternative budget.
Yes.
So
4.3 million, right? Trillion.
yeah,
sorry.
yeah. So the whole idea is, and that's why you see we were saying, we reject the bill in totality. This bill, we call it the omnibus bill because it amends quite a number of clauses, a number of acts of parliament. It amends the income tax, it amends the value-added tax, it amends the excise tax act, it amends the tax procedures act, and then there's the miscellaneous act. 5 acts been amended. Now, what happens is, out of those acts of parliament, because of the amendments, we are only generating 98 billion. So this finance bill we are discussing with you here today, we are discussing a finance bill, which at the end of the day, will give the government additional 98 billion. So the question is, can we raise this 98 billion shillings without taxing Kenyans more?
Okay.
Now, I want to give you a few clauses which were controversial, and where we were thinking these clauses were going to take money away from Kenyans. And now I'm discussing the government bill so that you get the government intention. When it comes to parliament, we did amendments, which changed a number of them.
Yes.
The first one is the issue of the Mutumba. Even though Kimani was actually claiming that Mutumba was not being taxed, the thinking was this. Initially, they were saying remove VAT from Mutumba, which makes it cheaper. That's the government position now when it came from the government.
Which was at 12%?
No, 16%.
16%, okay.
So they were saying tax exempt Mutumba, so you remove VAT, which makes Mutumba now cheaper because you have removed 16%. But at the same time, the government position was, after you remove VAT, whatever proceeds in terms of profit comes from Mutumba, you tax at 5%. Now, in that case, then it means you still make Mutumba expensive because you're adding an excess tax of 5%. Now, what we have done as a house, and that's now when it came down to parliament side, because we are representatives of the people, now we have removed the 5%, which was supposed to be additional tax, and exempted Mutumba VAT. So currently, as we are discussing now, the income from Mutumba will not be taxed. So it makes it cheaper, and that is good for purposes of improving now local production. That was one which was controversial. And you remember, we were saying, unless that is amended, we are not going to support the bill.
Okay.
The second item which was tricky, and that has not changed, is the rental income. Currently, everybody is being taxed at 7.5%. Now, what the bill was saying is retain the 7.5% initial from the government, retain 7.5%, but for any structure or house or a mall which is owned by foreigners, assuming it is a Bubu living in Tanzania and he owns a house in Nairobi, whatever income you make, you tax at 30%. Do you get the difference?
I actually see.
Now that separates the locals and the foreigners. But the question is, if City Muga lives in Tanzania and he owns a house in Nairobi, who are the tenants? The tenants are Kenyans.
Yes.
So immediately we boast the 30%. What happens is now is still taxing Kenyans more. So it takes more money from Kenyan pocket because a landlord has only three options. You take the tax 100%, you share the tax between yourself and the tenant, or you push the tax fully to the tenant.
Okay.
You see?
I'd like to understand Honorable Pukose's stand on this one. How did you vote for that particular bill?
You can hear my colleague, Honorable Makali, is saying we, as Parliament, we made amendments. And these amendments we think are good for Kenyans. When we made an amendment, for example, in the Mutumba case, where the government was initially proposing to tax, to exempt the 7.5, and at the same time introduce a tax for the sales at 5%. Then Parliament, after we had the Mutumba people, we accepted their proposal, and therefore, as a government side, we said no to that tax, and we voted to remove that 5% that was being introduced.
Okay.
My colleagues, as much as they supported that removal of 5, they voted no, don't remove the 5%. Yeah, so you can see the confusion.
No, there's no confusion. There's no confusion.
There is a confusion because he's supporting, he's actually on record, he's supporting the removal of the 5%.
Yes.
But when it comes to, do you vote now yes for that removal?
For the entire bill?
Not for, no, we were voting for every clause.
Oh, okay.
We voted for every clause before we went to vote for the entire bill.
Okay.
So for that clause, I voted yes. And my colleague voted no for that clause.
Maybe
what happened is this, as alternative government, the opposition, we had agreed that there are some clauses which we can support. But unless all what we are proposing was amended, then in totality, we are saying so long as the bill is going to propose taking money from Kenyans to the government side, instead of the government pushing money to Kenyans, our position was a no.
So it is.
So like the second one I've told you now, the one of the rental income, it wasn't amended. It remains as it have explained it.
Okay.
So for foreigners who are out there, they will be taxed at 30%, and the people who are in those houses are Kenyans.
So to understand what Mheshimiwa is saying is that, and also to understand you, is that it didn't matter which kipengele.
So long as in totality, the bill was, because we were saying we had alternatives.
Okay.
We were saying this 98 million could easily be sourced from the budget by reducing expenditure.
98 billion.
Yeah, 98 billion. Could actually be, we could source for those resources without changing any taxation regime.
So regardless of the kipengele, mulisema no.
So we said no, because our initial thinking was, why tax Kenyans more? We need to push more money to their pockets so that we trigger economic activities in the
Can
in
I
the
therefore
economy.
ask what it is that needed to have been done to push more money into the pockets of the citizens?
Now, what would have been done, and we give those proposals, quickly, if you look at the budget, it's a 4.82 trillion budget. I want to give you an example which we quoted. If you look at the budget of Ministry of Education, the money for administrative operational issues alone is 102 billion.
Why?
Operational.
Yes, and I'm asking why.
Those are not programs. Just because we are not being keen on where we are spending our money. So we are saying that is a budget you could easily reduce 20 billion, still achieve the same outcomes, and remain with that money be pushed now. Instead of taxing Kenyans, you push that money to do development.
When they indicate 100 billion as being the cost of administration,
Yes.
do they detail it so
Yes,
that
is that itemized?
it is itemized?
Yes, and
and all those items are relevant.
They're relevant, but they could be, for example, if it is training. If you find a budget for training of about 30 billion, Muka, you could easily do with the 20 billion and 10 be saved, and you phase out the training. So we are saying there are some items in the budget which could be reduced without affecting the general performance of the
Meaning, if we audit the details, we ask, if you're saying
yes,
you require 30 billion for training,
yes,
explain why 30 billion is required for training.
Exactly.
Yes, that's
and you know what we have done now, as a country, we have moved from what we call incremental budgeting to what we call zero-based budgeting. Now, zero-based budgeting means, Muga, it's just like your own budget. If you want to put something into your budget, you justify.
Yes.
You say, for me, I don't have unlimited resources. So if I have to buy a car, you justify why you need a car. And then you go to the second question. Could I still achieve the same objective with a bicycle or with a motorcycle?
Mheshimiwa, on the domestic front,
those are the
there are
issues.
some budget items you agree to for purposes of peace.
Yes. No, there's no peace.
I like that. You know, at times it is easier to throw a word here and there. My colleague is a member of the Budget and Appropriation Committee, for which I'm the vice chair. In this budget, which he's talking about, the 1 or 2 billion for the Ministry of Education, he supported it, both at the committee and in the floor of the House.
Okay.
Yeah, meaning those itemized budget, the line items that are within that budget are actually justified. Because when you look at the 1 or 2, you are talking of most of it is going to the TSC and is going to salaries. When we talk of administration, we are talking about salaries. And when you touch issues about salaries, you are touching a very sensitive matter, especially when it comes to Kubet, NAT, and all the likes. Because you have CPAs that have been negotiated.
Yeah.
You have salaries that have been agreed upon. Now, when you decide that you want to cut those salaries, then you are treading on a very dangerous grounds.
You know, Mheshimiwa, if I may chime in, are we saying
you're not cutting
that when we have when we've budgeted for certain items within the larger so-called budget process, in the budget process, are you saying that if we were to look at the itemized details, that we cannot audit and find ways of reducing the cost of some of these items?
We can't.
It is possible to reduce some of the cost.
Yes.
We had Honorable Dindi Nyoro appearing before our committee, and in his proposal, some of the things that he was proposing were actually dismissed. You saw the CS Treasury dismissing them, saying those are not significant. It will not really bring it. When you can talk big, saying that now we will cut maybe travel for State House, travel for members of parliament, travel for ministry. But you realize that when you talk of travel, it might not even reach 10 billion. It is a very insignificant amount of money. And some of those travels are critical for the country, because we are not a country that lives in isolation. We are a country that we live in a community of other nations. And some things demand that we should be able to go and negotiate with other countries, to be able to bring in maybe investors, to be able to bring in resources in the various areas. Now, I just wanted to go back to what my colleague was raising.
Okay.
This was specific to the Ministry of Education, which he touched. Yeah, I was not talking about. There are things that we can do within the budget. Maybe saying in the offices we remove things like flowers. But you realize even those things that you talk about removing, they affect the economy of our country. If you say you don't want flowers in an office, you realize we have people who are growing flowers within our industry. And they are making money from there. They are employing people.
So government is their market.
Government is their market.
No. Government plays a very small role in its consumption of, if you're talking about flowers, the support element and the optics are necessary. We grow flowers. It would be good for people to see in our government offices that we also support
we
the
also
industry.
support it.
I agree.
Even traveling, you'll find that we have Kenya Airways, our
national
carrier. Many of the institutions, government institutions, they travel through Kenya Airways. And they have special arrangement to do with Kenya Airways. Now you say you don't want people to travel. You are killing Kenya Airways.
Mheshimiwa.
Yeah.
But Kenya Airways is really deep in debt.
The problem is not travel. The problem is not flowers. The problem is not State House. That's not the problem. The problem isn't even the new cars that the executive buys. It's not really the issue. Or the new cars that the IEBC commissioners insist they must be bought for.
168 million.
No. If you compute those amounts and you juxtapose them against the budget, it is not a very big amount.
That's what I'm saying.
The big amount is in the debt that we have to pay. It occupies a very huge chunk of our budget. Huge.
But as you are saying, the thing is, which we need to get, I told you, gentlemen, what we are looking for is 98 billion. So from where I sit, you could easily get 98 billion by actually doing budget rationalization, expenditure rationalization, that's what we call that. For example, State House alone moved from 80 billion to currently 18 billion.
I thought you gave them 13.6 billion.
No. In total,
okay,
it's about 18 billion. The question is, and when you say these people think we're just talking for the sake of because we're in the opposition, that is not the issue. The issue is, if we are really serious about zero-based budgeting, we should be told what has changed in that office to warrant 100% increase in budget.
It's more than 100%.
You see? So to me, these are the issues. The other question is, as you said, debt, public debt, is now taking more money than anything else you can think of.
My friend, it stands at close to 70%. If
Now,
not more. Now 70%.
Now, we are doing 1.5 trillion of public debt.
Yes.
1.52 trillion
Yes.
of public debt. Where interest payment alone
Yes.
is 1.11.
Yes, 1.11 trillion.
Trillion.
Interest.
Interest alone.
Yes.
Now, I want to give you the numbers so that you get them. Now, what does the law say? The law says you should never borrow for recurrent expenditure. You only borrow for development budget. What is our development budget now? It is 789 billion. How much are we borrowing this year? We are borrowing 1.1 trillion. So where are we spending the difference of about 400?
Let me just understand. You said our debt is 1.5 trillion.
Yeah, now what is
repayment?
What is the budget now? Repayment. Yeah. What is now factored into the budget we
but prepare? Interest is 1.1
trillion. Interest alone.
When you loan to Little
No, it's cumulative.
Yeah,
look,
it is a cumulative.
Interest you are paying for all the loans.
The reason why I brought in the issue of debt is this: the money you speak of. If we were able to say restructure our loans, or if we were able to simply refuse to pay some loans and assume that we are odious debts,
you can't refuse to pay loans.
Oh, it's been done before. Oh,
countries have actually
no. This country has done so. We have done it.
When was that?
In the Moi era. In the Kenyatta era, there was a fertilizer factory that on paper was borrowed for and was supposed to be built in Changamwe. It was never built.
The one that was sanctioned by Kibaki?
No, it was Kibaki. It was in the era of Kenyatta when this loan was acquired to build a factory, a fertilizer factory in Changamwe, Mombasa. It was never built.
Okay.
But we got the money. Moi asked about it, didn't see the factory, refused to pay. There were consequences to his not paying. because the Bretton Woods institutions, as they say in Kenya, walimkalia ngumu. Okay? But he still didn't pay. When Kibaki became president, Kibaki started paying. So it's not that we haven't done it before. Here, we've done it. The point I'm trying to make is this.
But at the end of the day,
yes,
you have to pay. Because Moi refused. Kibaki, when Kibaki came in, he had to pay for it.
Do you know?
So you will be suspending, but at the end of the day, you have to pay for it.
I'm not.
So it's kicking the can down the road.
I'm not promoting insurrection. That's not what I'm doing. I was answering the question of it. Can it be done? The consequences. Yes, but let me contextualize it. Moi was president during the Cold War era.
Yes.
The whole thinking was very different.
Yeah, different from today.
Even the way the lenders thought was different. You know why? They had no competition.
Yeah.
Now they have competition. The thinking is different. I'm not saying we should go that route. I am merely saying, can we expand our thinking to determine where we can actually cut costs, where we can make savings, and how we can.
Can I read a comment from one of our viewers?
Yes.
And this is a very honest question. Bruce Lee is asking, which kind of economics is this? You grow flowers to sell to government. And I believe, City, you made an attempt to answer that particular question.
But City, you have raised a very important point.
Yes.
You have heard that when at some point the Auditor General was taxed by the government to do an audit of public debt.
Yes.
But even before you do the audit, there are two things happening currently which can actually reduce currently, and this is reports. If you look at the reports of the control of budget, they are there. Currently, this country is paying over 500 billion in a year, something called commitment fee. Commitment fee is loans which have been signed by this country, and then we are not drawing the loans to spend them in Kenya.
Yes.
So every year we signed that we want this loan, and once you commit some resources to Kenya, then you can give another country. So every year we are paying that kind of money for loans which we signed for, and we are not drawing the resources. Now, look at that figure before you even talk about the 98 billion we are talking about. So we are just simply saying, we are just simply saying, if we get it right in terms of financial discipline, there will be no need of taxing Kenyans more. We will not need a finance bill in a financial year.
If I may answer, Dr. since this is just a discussion that we are having,
yes,
our laws are clear about what it is we borrow for. Our laws are also very clear that it is you, Parliament, who enable the executive to borrow. You are the one who set the limit of our borrowing. Is that not so?
Yeah, we said
yes, the executive just can't. So if you have an executive that has borrowed without express permission from Parliament that is documented, and if that money cannot be traced to any development project, we have absolutely no obligation as a citizen to pay that money.
Exactly.
None whatsoever.
That's true.
That's true.
None. Because
then
the very laws of our country have been abrogated.
Then, Dr. tell me, why do we pay that debt then, in that case?
I just wanted to respond to what you mentioned about selling flowers to...
by our viewer.
By our viewer. When you go to government offices, go to any government offices, whether parliament, judiciary,
State House,
you will find that there are Kenyans who have tenders to supply flowers to those offices.
Yes.
And these are Kenyans who are businessmen. Yeah. And these Kenyans buy from our farmers. Yeah, who are growing.
Yes.
In my own constituency, I have several farmers. I have Dr. Noe Kesa. I have Mount Elgon orchards who are planting flowers, and these ones employ many Kenyans actually. So you can't say that Kenyans grow flowers to sell it. We're not just selling to. we are not just selling to people in
Europe.
In Europe, we also sell locally.
Yeah.
And therefore, those are people's businesses where they make their living.
If I grow flowers, I'll start selling to the government. So I hope they will buy.
Hopefully, if you get
the government is a very good business partner.
Yeah.
If they pay you.
Yeah.
Yes.
But Mheshimiwa, there's that
now
critical
this
question.
issue about
development money that has been borrowed but is not being used for development.
And
Are we paying
commitment
that debt?
fee is being paid.
Yeah.
This is actually a big problem that we've raised as a budget committee, because it didn't start with this government. It has been there. When you look at even in the last regime, we are still paying for commitment fee that the government has not spent. They have not done those developments. They signed for those loans. The loans have not been utilized, and therefore, because of that agreeing and going to seek for that money, then you end up with paying commitment fee. It's a big problem and I think this is something that our treasury needs and the government in general needs to have some discipline, because you can't be borrowing money, then you are not utilizing that money for the development for which you intended it, and then you make the country pay for a commitment fee. I think I think that is something that I am concerned.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, there's something that has bothered me. The public finance management laws that govern public finance. I am told that we now have, and it is within our laws, the ability to open accounts in other jurisdictions other than the country, meaning that contrary to what we understood, that any borrowing that the country has goes into the consolidated fund, our monies can now go to other funds.
No, I don't think there's.
No, what has happened? What has happened, just to make it easy for the listeners, is that normally the law says any money which is borrowed by the government should first eat the consolidated fund.
Yes.
But what has happened over time, government has got into negotiations where you sign for loans, but instead of the money being spent in Kenya, then you get the money, like when was the expressway? You remember the issue of materials being brought. So that you sign for a loan, but the money doesn't go to the consolidated fund, but the project is being implemented.
It comes
Now,
as material.
What that happens is then you lock out accountability. Because when the money goes to consolidated fund, you have to bring in control of budget who will approve whatever withdrawals are from there. You have to bring in the auditor general who has to audit the accounts. But when now you spend without it going through there.
So when we borrow the money, where does it sit before? Because money that is borrowed, it has to go somewhere.
Exactly, it comes through. So
yes, we
as
can't
saying,
start spending it
yeah,
from
so
the source
it will
of
be
the
in those accounts there, which is actually illegal.
That's illegal.
It's unconstitutional.
Muhesh, how does that even happen?
Just you know, as I told you, and I think it's important we get. I've heard what my colleague was saying. You know, the fact that former governments or regimes behaved differently, and now you come in and because things were being done wrong, you don't change them. That does not justify why you should tax Kenyans more. We are saying, if I come in as a president of this republic, and I know that people are paying commitment fee, what stops me from saying from today, you either spend the loans or I cancel them as a regime?
Okay.
You can do that.
So, in all honesty, should we be paying for such loans that never came to the consolidated funds?
We shouldn't. Actually, it means somebody is sleeping on their job. Because if our accounting officer who is supposed to be implementing that loan and it has remained in the books for 10 years, no implementation, commitment fees paid every year, then somebody, either you sack the PS or you cancel the loan. You have no other option.
Dr. Pukose, again,
Yes.
and
These are accountability issues.
I think this is the second time I'm asking this question. Should we actually be paying for those kinds of loans that never hit the consolidated fund? Surely, is it fair to the Kenyan taxpayer that Mama Mboga who's struggling this morning to get her mboga from Marikiti market and any other market to the vendor, that boda guy who's really struggling to find customers this morning and pay fuel, is it really fair to that person?
No, I've said it's not fair.
And that's why we are saying finance bill, then we should not be taxing Kenyans. We should be looking at these things and improve them.
Unfortunately, that's not the answer to the question. Because we are talking about money that has not hit the consolidated fund. And this is even historical. It's not just that it is now starting now. It's a historical debt. And that has accrued over a period of time. Yeah. So we are saying that it should stop. It should not continue.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's not fair to the taxpayer. It's not fair to the mama mboga. It's not fair to you even and you and me. Sure. That the country is paying for money that has not hit the consolidated account. And that means somebody is sleeping in his job.
Okay.
But that has nothing to do with the finance bill. The finance bill this is not something that was introduced yesterday.
But it is this bill that decides.
Since Kenya started doing the budget, we've always had finance bill.
Very true.
Yes, we have.
We've always had.
We just didn't know we have it, but we've
always been there.
Yes.
Government has had a way of raising revenue.
Yes.
Government must have a way of how do you finance the budget that you are making. Even if we are talking about the deficit, we are talking of a deficit of 1.1 trillion. Yeah. And we are saying we are going to do domestic borrowing. We are going to do external borrowing. But we should also be able to raise money to meet our obligations.
Okay.
Even the money that we are borrowing from other countries, it is people's taxes.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So as Kenyans also, we should also be able to be willing to finance our own budget through our own taxes. Yeah. And be able to see that these projects that we are doing are done for the benefit of the country, not just for even for our own generation, but even for future generations.
Daktari, there's a problem, and a much bigger one, if you ask me. When your carbon dating is as old as mine, it means you've lived through. Well, I've lived through every government we've had. I was a small child in the first one, but I've seen all these things. Now, the crazy taxation that we are witnessing now, many people may not know, these aren't Mbadi and company deciding. These are taxes that World Bank and IMF impose on us when we go to borrow from them. It's not really complicated. They are the ones who bring these thoughtless debts, these nonsense of austerity measures, the sort of processes that will not grow the country. In theory, it's supposed to bring fiscal discipline, but it achieves the complete opposite. Because essentially, what those taxes do, they foment insurrection. The people will fight it. Because what they witness, what they are seeing, is things are already difficult. And you're making it more difficult. Is it difficult for the government to say, folks, we are borrowing money because of A, B, C, D, and these are the requirements that we have? There's a guy in West Africa. This guy is called Traore. You know what he did? We call it crowdfunding. When these other fellows refused to give him money or he didn't go to them, what did he do? He simply said, guys in the diaspora, this is what we need. Instead of borrowing from these people and they charge interest, we will pay you interest. Can you guys find ways of just
financing the country?
Finance the country and we pay you. This money we pay the banks. You know these huge profits these banks make, these obscene amounts. You listen to the amounts, you actually get dizzy. They lend the government. Here, there's a country called Ethiopia, not very far from me. I'm pointing in that direction. These guys built a dam. Something similar. They just told the people, we need to build this dam. And this is how we want to go about it. I'm asking this question. A lot of the things that we need to do, we can actually do without necessarily having this crazy...
Citizens can finance.
We can. These crazy debts that we have. IMF, World Bank, they are lenders of the last resort. They know when you go to them, you're stuck. It's not that they don't know. They know.
So they harass you.
Yes.
And to add on what you are saying, I think I get very, very worried when I hear my colleagues saying finance bill has nothing to do with borrowing. Our law is very clear. Whatever money you generate locally, the first charge
is to repay.
Is pay a loan.
I
couldn't debate. And why do you borrow? You borrow basically because you are not collecting enough locally.
Yes.
If you are collecting enough, you will not be borrowing.
You wouldn't need to borrow.
And that's why I'm saying, for me, I think we just need to change a few things. First of all, we need to change our financial discipline as a country. The 500 billion I'm talking about, Muga and the Buffy.
Yeah.
If we are to seal that loophole, we'll have pumped into the economy an additional 500
Yes,
billion,
we will have.
which goes out.
Yes.
Now, when you look at this finance bill, it's collecting only 98. If we are to pump back 500, we'll have an additional 42 for other activities, economic activities.
Yes.
That has nothing to do with anything. It is just discipline.
Yes.
Discipline that if we have borrowed a loan and we are not using it, cancel the loan, or the accounting officer concerned, be disciplined, so that we start drawing the money. Now, the other important thing which is critical is the issue you've raised about how we can raise money without going to these institutions. If you look at the remittances Kenya is getting from now, our Kenyans who are out there,
Diaspora.
who are sending back to our country without really any interest. If we were to ask them today that now we want you guys to send money back home, and by sending that money back home, we only pay you 5% interest.
Yes.
Will you not get enough money?
We will.
We will. So it is thinking outside the box, not the traditional way of doing things. Thinking outside the box. So that, for me, I'm concerned about the mwananchi, the normal mwananchi, who, because of levels of poverty, cannot rent the government because he has no money. So if we are to improve their economic status by ensuring that they have money, which will now trigger economic activity in the country, now we have revised our economic growth, for your information. We had projected 5.3 this coming year. Because of the current, where we eat only 4.6, we have revised it downwards to 5%. Why are we revising it downwards? Because the economic environment does not allow such a growth. Now, in a situation where the economy is shrinking, Muga, in a situation where we are saying we are scaling down our economic growth because things are not happening, it is time to pump more money to the economy so that we grow.
But it's the only way to grow an economy. You don't grow an economy by shrinking.
Yes.
It by taking money from
the people.
No, you pump in more money
and that's
into
what we
the
are saying
economy.
now. This finance bill would have obviously been done away with, and we still look at our expenditure, reorganize it, so that the current money you have in your pocket, move. If you are retaining at 10,000 now, I don't want to make you that's retaining 8, because by reducing it to 8, then you don't buy things.
Mheshimiwa, consider. If it's not even thinking outside the box, I'm saying something that people have said.
Yes.
If education is genuinely free,
yes,
I am of the uneducated view that 750 billion we spend on education can provide us with free education. That is my view. Okay, I can't substantiate it if you ask me, but the amount is so mind-boggling. I don't see why it can't afford free. Free education automatically means parents have money to spend.
Yeah, to spend, exactly.
Automatically, we without any thought. We saw it with Kibaki. The reason why people now had disposable income was because the expenditures had been reduced. If we throw that in and strengthen SHA, I am not of that school of thought that SHA doesn't work. It works. It has hiccups, many, but it works. If SHA actually works and somebody doesn't have to
pay anything,
surely you automatically
free up a lot of money.
Automatically.
Mheshimiwa, maybe just remind us, how much money do we need in terms of the deficit? Do we need to borrow so that we can cover the deficit we have for the budget this year?
We are borrowing 1.1 trillion. Domestically, we are borrowing around 7.8, and then externally about 3.6.
No, the figures are different. We are borrowing about 900 and about 200 externally.
Okay.
Yes, but that only covers our interest.
No, I mean the reason borrowing is now what we are borrowing is informed by budget deficit.
Yes.
So we are borrowing 1.1
so that we can cover
that
the interest.
Borrowing now is to cover our budget of 4.82 trillion.
Because we can only raise 3.7 internally.
Exactly.
Let me ask this question: is it not worrying to Parliament that we are paying interest of 1.1 trillion?
It is worrying. A lot of us are worried.
Bro, we are borrowing 1.1, yet we are paying 1.1.
I'm just saying, is it not worrying? And does it then not tell us that some radical thinking needs to take place?
You know what has happened over time? Because I've been sitting the budget committee for many years. What we have been proposing is, and this is a good practice from countries like Uganda. Uganda, other than approve, you know what happens in Kenya? Once we approve the total budget deficit, like now we have approved to borrow this financial year 1.1 trillion. Kenya will leave it at that point so that any borrowing doesn't come back to Parliament. In other countries like Uganda, they will approve the figure of 1.1 trillion, but put a caveat that any amount to be borrowed, which is more than $1 billion, must come to Parliament. So in that case, you have a bit of control. So we have been pushing for that as a budget committee, that we give you the overall figure of borrowing, but any project which you call for borrowing more than $1 billion, we would want to see it as Parliament.
There's something that has
disturbed. So that we have subsequent approvals.
It is also practiced in Zambia.
It has never
in Zambia as well.
It has never worked in Kenya. That's the challenge. That's why I'm saying we just improve financial management.
But I thought Parliament, you know, you're a third arm of government. Surely I thought you guys,
we have been pushing for that. It has never been approved at all.
Ama nyinyi kati yenu wenyewe kwa wenyewe mnazozana and you can't come to an agreement.
No, unajua there is capture. Are you forgetting that, Buga?
No. Actually, I am of the view. No, Mheshimiwa. Daktari,
that's what we only talk about.
There is nothing like state capture.
No, it is there, by the way.
It is the surrender of Parliament. There are two different things. Surrendering and capturing are two different things.
Let me explain to you what happened. In an ideal democracy,
where
the three arms of government work independently but interdependent, the interdependence is where things of national interest. Anything of national interest, you work interdependently.
Yes, you work together.
Anything which promote democracy, you work independently. Now, what has happened in our country, and this is a reality, you might like it or not. The truth of the matter is, because of the governance structure we have, where in the House we have minority and majority, by the design of the Constitution, the House is supposed to be an oversight house. It's supposed to be a house which makes laws for posterity. But because most of us, once elected, we don't see ourselves as members of Parliament. We see ourselves as an extension of executive. That's where the challenge is. Because we have said many times, none of us who is in the House, who is in the government. We are not in the government. We are in Parliament. And Parliament constitutionally has been given a very clear mandate by the Constitution. Representation, oversight, legislation, and budget making. So when we are making our budget, it is not our work to say, to support the executive. It is our work to ask a question. Does this represent the interests of people who elected us?
Okay.
Which is not happening.
You know my colleague here.
Yes.
It is easier to say state capture. But, you know, there are party leaders to every party. Every member that is elected has a party leader.
For sure.
And the party leaders contest for positions. His party leader will contest for as a presidential candidate. My party leader contests as a presidential candidate.
Okay.
Then depending on who wins as a president, he also has his members within parliament who are party members. Whoever loses has party members within parliament. So even my colleague here, they'll take instructions from their party leader.
Okay.
And therefore, if I'm elected from whichever party, I'll also take instructions from my party leader. What is our party's position? So it doesn't mean it is a state capture. It only happens that my party leader sits in State House. He's the president. His party leader sits outside.
And I totally
when we make decisions, they follow what their party leader has told them.
But
we also follow what our party leader has told us. Therefore, it is not a state capture.
It is okay. Lakini watu wa Ndebes, at what point do we take their consideration? We can listen to the president well in.
You know their party positions and their positions which you take as a member.
Very true.
Yeah. When it comes to voting on certain matters, there are positions that are taken by the parties.
Okay.
And that is why my colleague here will support a certain clause, but when it comes to voting for that clause, he says no. Yeah. While I support that clause, and when it comes to voting for that clause, I say aye. Yeah. So these are party positions, and we should be able to differentiate between party positions
and personal positions.
And the personal positions.
I want to ask the two of you.
Yes.
Is it possible to explain to the listening public how 186 members of parliament were not present when this particular
vote?
You know, now you have asked the right question. You know what has happened? We are going to the election next year, 2027.
Yes.
So now people have realized the Wanjiku now, the people who brought us to parliament, are watching. And now, since we need them next year, Now it's time to act in a manner that you please them. so if you don't want your position, and that's what I'm saying with my friend.
You know the 186.
Yes.
They were present during the debate.
The debates, and then they disappeared.
They were present. All of them were present during the debate.
But when it came
to voting,
yes. So that's what I'm telling you. That's where the problem is. Now, when we join parliament, we start being loyal to the president. Yeah. And now when
he's also loyal to his opposition.
When the elections are approached,
I think that party is leaving.
When elections are approached, we think about the voter. That's the challenge. But what I would want to tell my colleague Bokoze is that there are things which are for national posterity, things for public interest. When it comes to things of public interest, as a representative of the people, doesn't matter the position of the president. It doesn't matter the position of my party leader. I should stand with the Kenyans. When I'm saying that, I think the money you want to get from my people, we could still get it by reorganizing the budget. I'm being fair
you
to
know,
the
with
process.
all due respect,
it has nothing to do with my party leader.
Honorable Dr. Makali, you know, when you say you stand with the people, are you standing with the people when you fought for a clause to say yes when you are agreeing with the clause, and when it comes to voting for the same clause, you say no? Because we agreed with them that, for example, there was this issue about filing for returns by young people, and we said these young people, anyway, anybody who has a PIN number doesn't mean that person is employed. So when they file for nil, and we should not also subject our children who are at the university that they need to file, and if they don't file, then they are to be penalized.
Everyone should file.
But if they are filing for nil returns for university students, should they be penalized for filing nil returns?
No, they shouldn't.
They shouldn't.
They shouldn't.
So we agreed with them. We agreed also on the Mutumba issue with them. But when it comes to voting, they vote no.
Let me explain the process
now,
to you.
I'm just saying the irony which is in your statement.
Actually, there is no irony. I just want to explain.
Because when we are voting in this finance bill, they are following their party position from their leader, because their leader has instructed them, and this was in the public domain, that they should vote no, whatever the case. So that is not the people's position. That is their party leader's position. And the people's position is what we had in the public participation.
Since
what did the people say in the public participation? Because they appeared in the public participation.
They
said this is what we want. Go and amend this clause as we have put it, and we agreed as parliament that let's amend these clauses the way the public have requested.
Let me explain now the situation so that I think I want to make it I use very simple English so that he's able to understand what I'm saying without being technical.
Do you mean
I just want very simple,
don't understand
so that we don't become technical for the listeners. The thing is, when we are doing a third reading of a bill, a third reading of a bill is where you go. If a bill has 57 clauses, you start with clause 1, you say yes, 2, you can say no, all the way up to 57. Then after doing the 57, there is now what we call the overall question of approving a bill. That is now what matters. Now what we are saying in this bill, there are 2 levels of approval: closer approval and overall approval. Now for us who are in the opposition, our overall position was that we are going to vote no. Why? Because we believe this finance bill can easily, those resources required, 98 billion, we could achieve them by reorganizing the budget. So on the basis of that alone, the final verdict was no. Now, since we knew, because of the numbers, we will still not get that position through, then the second level of approval is clause by clause. So those clauses which we had singled out, and we singled out about 6 of them, which we are saying, if they amend them, then it will still leave the public. One of them was the Mutumba issue. Now, those clauses which were those specific, where they proved them, we didn't have a reason to say no to the clause. But the overall objective was.
But did you vote yes or no to that clause?
From the word go, you know the numbers, we knew them. The numbers were because of their numbers, and I told you the mobilization was serious. That's why you see some took off, and that would debate another day. So the thing is, overall, if you are determined to say no at the end of the day, even this clause they were pushing, and as I told you, the one on rent, they didn't change it. There was another one which was very critical.
Which one?
It was saying this: if you have debtors, and normally at the end of the year you are allowed three years to not to be taxed before your money is paid. Now they were reducing that by two years. The last bill, it was 3 years.
Okay.
No, the last bill was 2 years. The last immediate one, 24, was 2 years, which was rejected.
No, it's 3.
And now they pushed back to 3. Now this bill is proposing go back to 2.
Okay.
What is it doing now? What that amendment does, it takes resources from businesses. Because if you are able to get your money in 2 years, then in 3 years, it means you have more cash flow to work.
Okay.
Now, when you reduce it to 2, it means then you will not be able to get
that cash.
Yeah. So the issue I was
but that was amended.
That remains.
Yeah,
it still
it was
remains. The only
amended.
thing
It remained to 3 years.
No, it didn't remain.
It remained.
You didn't change it. That's another one which we said no to. The other one, which is now also critical and which they removed, was the issue of the telephone phones.
Yeah.
Where you are including
25%,
and you say at the activation level. So we are telling them this activation point is not properly defined. On the basis of that, you are going to cause confusion. That one they ascended to and they removed.
Okay.
So that is okay now. The other one we had issues with was taxing transactions. Digital transactions.
Yes.
M-Pesa, these cards.
PayPal.
Yeah, those things which will make it more expensive to transact. And that can push people to start now using cash economy other than
digital economy.
You see, these are things we are saying, which we are very.
But that one was also
that one was also changed.
Yes.
Okay.
They changed a number of them locally.
But we also changed it because of the public participation.
And that's what we are saying now. Those ones
and
when
it
they
was
changed,
not from us; it was from the executive.
Yes.
And you're saying they rejected that one as well?
They
we rejected basically because
rejected
our
that,
overall is
that
still
one
that
as well.
we should not have had a finance bill this year. We would have still raised the 98 billion.
Mheshimiwa, actually waheshimiwa, there's a question here by one of our viewers. Anaitwa Victor Lesosian. Ameuliza, can't MPs think independently? And that is coming from that thing you said, party positions. Right? Now, Mheshimiwa, you're my MP,
Yes.
Kitui Central. So this one I'm also going to ask personally.
Yes.
And I have the privilege of asking that because you're here.
Yes.
When you're voting in parliament, do you
Yes.
ever consider me or do you consider your party position?
I must balance both. You must balance you because you vote for me.
Yes.
But at the same time, let me tell you why you see people behaving as if they have no choice but also to adhere at times to the party position. It is the party which has put me in the budget committee. It is the party which has put him in this budget committee.
But it is the vote of the people of Kitui Central
Yeah,
that put
which
you in
made
parliament.
me in that level.
Yes.
Do you see? So what has been happening? Because we are still not up to that level where we said our democracy has matured enough. A number of members of parliament have actually been victimized because of not taking the party position.
Okay.
Some of them have been removed from committees. You remain without any committee. Some of them have been denied opportunities by their parties, basically because they don't take the party position. I want to give you a very good example.
Please.
Honorable Ndindi used to be my chairman before he came in.
I remember.
Why was he removed from the budget committee? Just because when we were taking the vote for the last
Finance bill.
not the finance bill, the removal of the deputy president.
Oh yes, I remember that one. Yes.
Just by the fact he did not go with the finance party position, they removed him.
Okay.
So you find that a number of members have been put into a state of fear that if I go against my party, then I'll be suffering.
Okay.
And that's why you see at times members then tend to go the side of the party as opposed to the side of the Mwananchi. And you only come to the Mwananchi at a time like this when you know elections are next year. So it is the work of the Mwananchi to watch those members who are consistent. if I'm not consistent and I'm your member,
it is my work to look at
to harass me when the time comes.
Yes. And Mheshimiwa, thank you for your honesty because you made it very clear that at the end of the day anyway, we have got you actually as a member of parliament, you have to look at the party position. But again, just the same question I asked Muhesh. Yes. Which one takes precedent? Because that is what led to the Gen Z protest of 2024.
No, that's not what led to the
It is.
No.
Because the Gen Zs of that particular time, or the Kenyans of that particular time, they made it very clear they do not want this. They sent you people messages, they came to your homes, they went to parliament, and they did all the manner of things, all manner of communications. So it is my stand that they made it very clear that they want you to take their position, not the party position.
You know, as much as we talk about their position, we also have consequence. And those consequence, even during that Gen Z protest, we also go to our constituency.
Yeah. But
And
they were also from your constituencies.
yeah, we also go to our constituency and we carry out public barasas. We ask them, what is your position? You will find that more often from where you are elected from, the party position that you take is the party position of your leader.
Okay.
Yeah. And that is the position of your constituents, the people who fought for you. Yeah. You will find that my colleague here, he comes from your constituency,
Kitui Central, yes.
Central. Kitui Central will follow the position of His Excellency Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka.
Not all
Yeah?
the time, but yes.
No, most of the time, because that is the party that he is voted on. I follow my constituents fought for me on the position of His Excellency President Ruto. Yeah, and that is the position President Ruto takes. My constituents also takes that position, and that is the position I take. Yeah, so there is it is a very thin line between what position my party leader takes and what position my constituents take. Yeah, and that is where things happen.
Before this position that your party leader takes is pronounced and is known, are these views subject to discussions within the party organs?
Yes, they are subjected to discussions. You saw them having a meeting in their place. We also have our own caucus where we are able to caucus on this, what position are we taking in as far as this is concerned.
And are these positions bounced off the public so that they actually know? I know your party runs opinion polls very regularly. I know that for a fact.
Yes.
And so that is the way of understanding the pulse of the nation, so to speak.
Yes.
But on some of these matters, beyond the polls, do they have other mechanisms for running these ideas to the so-called support base or the public, so that by the time you're talking of a party position, you can actually argue that
the party has taken the position of the public?
Yes.
More often you will find that the executive of the party will meet on certain matters and they are able to take, but not always. Some of these are also subjected to parliamentary caucus. We have our own caucus, we have a majority leader, we have whips from every region, and we have our WhatsApp group. And before a decision is made, we are able to, those whips are able to meet, and each member is able to talk to the whip. I'm the whip for Trans Nzoia. Once a position is taken by the party, I'm informed. And I'm able to inform my colleagues who are from Trans Nzoia. And I tell them the party position on this matter is this. Yeah? So when we are coming now and I'm able to whip them, that I need you to be in the floor of the house to transact this position of the government. This is the position of the government. We are able to communicate through the WhatsApp. I'm able to call them and tell them I need you to be in the floor of the house on this matter. And also other whips. We have whips in all the other regions. So the whips will be able to call their members and tell them this is the position that we need to take.
But I think the question you're asking, Munga,
yes,
because I get what you are saying. The question you're asking is, do we bounce back this to the public? The answer is no. What happens is members imagine that since I represent you,
after all,
my voice is the voice of the thing. The way we are behaving is like when he whips the members of parliament, the members should now go back to where they are elected and then do consultation with the public to find out what is their opinion. Public participation. That doesn't happen. but the way we are behaving, because we have also done a lot of analysis on democracies, the way we behave as a country currently is done in the countries where we have what we call the party list. For example, South Africa, where when an election comes in, or Botswana, you don't campaign as an individual.
No.
You campaign as a party.
Yes.
So the party would provide, in case we win all the seats.
It provides the leadership structure.
Now, in that case, then a party position becomes very critical because you are elected as a party. So it is the work of the party to go down there and explain to the people what they want. Now, in this country, parties are only vehicles because you are said for you to be elected, you can join a party or you can go independent. There's even an option of independence. So ask yourself, what happens to those members of parliament who are independent? because they don't belong to any party. Now, what has happened after joining parliament? Even though you are independent, you hear independent ODM, independent Wiper, independent UDA, and that's why we are missing it. The thing is, we are not expected to vote on the basis of party lines. We are expected. Anytime a party takes a position, I go to Kitui Central and tell my people this is the party position. Do you agree with it? If they say yes, I come and join the party.
In fact,
and I think that's the way we should now improve our democracy.
You've actually understood what I was asking.
Yes.
If you take a few steps back and ask ourselves, these political parties, what political ideology and philosophy do they actually represent? You know, they represent the same thing.
All of them.
We do not have any difference.
Single ideology. Constitutions and their
manifestos, they are almost the same.
If someone tells you, unless someone tells you, us, we are the Communist Party of Kenya, and that will say, okay, we've understood that you're
communists.
But the rest of the political parties we have, they call themselves social democratic, God knows what.
Liberal Democrats.
God knows what. But be that as it may, that's Kenya and that's us. Okay? Somehow this idea of public participation is something we don't take very seriously.
Yeah, that is true.
And yet, it is at the heart of how we can grow this country. Let me explain what I mean. We always talk about the national government and what it does. And yet, the 2010 Constitution understood something, not subtle, something profound. The development of this nation actually rests on the shoulders of the county governments, not the national government. Because if we understand what you call an assembly at the county level, it's a parliament.
It is.
Yeah, it's a parliament.
It's a law-making institution. Do you have any laws those people make? No, them they vote to go for trips.
Minimal.
Dubai, and then they go for benchmarking. Yes. Okay. Well, this war has stopped any benchmarking in the Middle East.
Yeah,
but the point I'm making is, if the economies of the counties grow, the economy of the country
will grow.
It's not really complicated.
No, that's true.
In fact, Daktari, if I were you, I would never even think of being president. I'd think of being governor. Because when you are governor, you actually are a president of sorts.
Yeah.
You actually run a quasi-independent unit of government, and you have the means. In fact, your position has even more power than that of the president, if you look at it constitutionally. But somehow, this isn't understood. We have a council of governors. I have no idea what these people talk about half the time.
It's a cartel.
I don't, Bwana, it's like a meeting of prefects.
Bro, that's a cartel.
Prefects.
That's a cartel.
Because I do not hear, sincerely, of the plans that council has for their counties. You don't hear of intra-county trading. You don't...
Even the trade blocks don't even...
You don't hear. Everything about the counties is political, and the focus is on the equitable share. Every time I hear them speak, is this money has delayed.
It has delayed.
You never hear of what they're doing to grow their own source revenue. You never do. Why have I brought in this discussion? Because all these things we keep talking about, our deficit, our debt, so long as our counties do not grow, or those who purport to lead, or those who want to lead, don't have a plan, the entire discussion on devolution is an economic discussion, not political.
It is.
Actually, it is. Because devolution, the whole idea behind it is sharing of resources. Yeah,
Yes.
it is.
But we've made it political.
But you know what you say is it is a very important topic. And I think you need to create time. We come and discuss that alone. Because
I wanted to spur your thinking.
You know what is happening.
Yes,
and you have put it very well. Anyways, it's not all the governors. Majority of them are in the category you are mentioning.
Put it this way:
there
are majority, Daktari, the vast majority.
Yes, the vast majority.
Yes,
there are few of them who have come up with very innovative ways of growing their counties.
Yes,
and if the rest could borrow that, it can actually help the country. As you are saying, if you grow your local economy, for example, if we grow the Kitui economy,
yes,
and then Machakos economy is grown,
yes,
Makueni the same,
yes,
automatically the national economy will grow.
That block will be so powerful.
No,
yes.
What has happened now over time is there's so much reliance on the national revenue again, which is not even enough.
No, it is not.
Like now, we had given them with my friend here, we had agreed they will take 420.
Which is an increase from what it
they
is that
negotiated, now they have gone to 428. Now to go to 428, we are adding public debt again.
Yes, you are.
so do you see? So that's what I'm saying. It's a circle. This subject called economics is so logical that if you break one of the circle, it distorts the whole thing. It just goes circles like this. You trigger a process. For you to get a benefit out of that process, it must go a full circle. You see? So in a situation where you are saying, we want more money as counties, and that money will be gotten through borrowing, then you create another public debt, additional interest payment, and all that.
I personally am of this opinion. I don't see why counties are given more money.
And they're not growing their own revenue.
I honestly do not see why they're given more money, because what they're given, they handle badly. So why do we want to give them more money?
Let me even surprise you more. Studies have confirmed that local authorities, which were before the counties, were collecting more money than what the counties are collecting.
And the local authorities were smaller than the counties.
Smaller than the counties.
Yes.
So it means a lot of leakages.
Yes, Doctor.
I think this is good for my colleague here because he intends to fight for Governor Kitui, which I wish him well. And I hope that he will make a difference.
Obvious.
To that county.
You will also be vying for governor at some point. So don't
meanwhile, he is next on line.
He's ahead of,
he's ahead of me.
I'm ahead of him.
So, for the time being, this issue about counties making their own money, own source revenue, and but the biggest challenge in the counties to me, I think, is devolution of corruption.
Yeah.
And failure to manage the services which were devolved. Because one of the biggest services which is devolved in the counties is health. And considering now with Dr. Mugai talked about that he is a proponent that SHA is working. The challenges that are facing SHA is actually the devolution, because you have money that is being provided under primary health care. In this budget we have 19 billion. This money under primary health care, we have a law, the FIF law, that makes it that every facility should open a bank account, and the services, especially level 2, level 3, and outpatient level 4, all the services they provide should be they should be able to bill SHA. Now, when they bill SHA, that money from SHA is supposed to go to the account that is the FIF account for that facility.
Yes.
Now, unfortunately, in some of the counties, that money goes to the FIF account, and they are asked to take that money to transfer it to their county account, to one account within the county.
Yes.
Once they transfer that money there, the money gets other uses. They are used for other things.
It can be used for anything after that.
Because if that money had remained in the FIF account for that facility, then that facility makes requisition for drugs, yeah, and other commodities
and
from
everything
KEMSA.
that it requires. Yes.
Yeah, it will be easier for that facility to pay for those services, pay for those commodities, and be able to attend to patients, so that you will be able to walk in and walk out, and that will now translate into people having money in their pocket. But unfortunately, now you go to the hospital, you are seen, the hospital asks you to go and do investigations there. You go and pay. Go and buy drugs in the pharmacy, in the chemist, which is next to the hospital. You pay for it. So you have no money in the pocket.
Okay. There's a question here by Christopher Owor. Christopher Nauliza, during the voting of the finance bill, this is something that you've already touched on, but I'll repeat it for his sake. During the voting of the finance bill, very many MPs never attended the session. Do we really deserve to have them as our MPs if they can't do their mandate, Daktari?
We say these MPs, the 186, they were there during the debate.
Yes.
They disappeared during the voting. So the decision is up to the voter. Yeah. What do? You are a member of parliament.
Yeah.
who comes. It just happened. You saw even during the debate of the deputy president. My colleague Honorable Ndindi Nyoro was just appeared. He was in the house, but when it came to voting, he disappeared. Similar to this, he was there debating, and when it came to voting, Hakua, he disappeared. So. Those are that we leave it that to Kenyans to decide. And
I think basically just to add on that, the voting is a decision-making point.
Yes, it
is.
So it just says they are not ready to make decisions.
Actually, that is where representation and legislation meet.
Exactly.
So at that point, all those 186 members of parliament did not represent their people.
No, they didn't. They didn't. That's a fact.
In fact, they abdicated the position that the voter had actually given them.
And actually, they are worse than those who voted either way.
But those who voted made either way. Those ones made a decision. Yes.
There's another one here on devolution.
Yes.
And perhaps this in a way comes in because you fellows are in the budget committee. Imepotea. But kuna mtu alikuwa anauliza in 2026 we are still seeing severe delays in the disbursement of equitable share funds to counties. Where is the bottleneck, Mheshimiwa? Let me start with you.
I think the bottleneck is what we said earlier. If you look at the overall budget, currently we have, in terms of revenue collection, I think as at the end of May, we had registered a shortfall of about we'll say to 130 billion. Around 130 billion. Because what Kenya should understand, because this question I've been asked many times when I go for the vernacular TV shows.
Yes.
What Kenya should understand is not that we have this money in a purse somewhere. It is the money we pay every month as taxes, the money we collect in. It's the money you get.
So it's not even an assured amount.
No, it's the money you collect every year, every month, which is now dispersed to the counties. So what has happened? There is something called the exchequer. The exchequer is the money now given, where you are given the money to spend. So there are times when collections are low in a month, and then the demands of the government cannot be able to meet all. So that's where the delay comes in. But we must say that. At times you want to disperse but you have no money, so you can't release. That's basically the thing, that delay in collection, which triggers a process that you must also delay release of the what we call the AIs, authority to incur expenditure.
Also to add, when you have a deficit, it is the national government that incurs that deficit. The money for the national government is cut through a supplementary bill because you have a deficit. While the money that had been given to the equitable share to the counties cannot be reduced.
Yes.
So if we don't get the target, then it means it's the national government that will bear that cost.
Okay.
But the counties do not bear that cost. So you'll find that because of that now, and then you end up with delays.
The next part of the question is how, if Kenyans wakiwa kubali mkwe the next government as opposition, how are you going to deal with this? Ama hiyo tukae tukijua tu it is the reality?
No, we've actually explained. Some things, government are perpetual. You don't really. So what happens? That's why I don't entertain this statement that we took a backdraft regime. No. When you are taking over, what you should do now, by the time you take over, you should have done situational analysis, so that based on where you are, you project your promises.
Actually, you understood what you're taking over.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. So what we have done, because I belong to that side.
Yes.
We've already looked at the economy, and that's why we had the alternative budget. We were saying, if we are given the chance, even though Muga seems to believe that SHA is working, for us we were saying SHA is working, could be working, but look at the system they are using which costed 102 billion. 104 billion. We were saying such expenditure for a situation where hospitals have no drugs, hospitals have no doctors, would rather have such money being pushed to the drugs and staff other than the system. So there are a few things we'll reorganize. We are saying this country requires a lot of food. Can we have more resources going to irrigation as opposed to money being pushed to State House? So we have very good ideas. I just hope that Kenya will track what we are trying to do. And very soon we'll be presenting our manifesto, our plan for the country.
The job of the opposition is actually easy.
Yeah, it is, but it's not easy, guys.
No, it's very easy.
It is easy to criticize government.
It's very easy. All you do is look at what they're not doing right, and you focus on it, and you say, "Unaona hii." When people discuss health, they even forget it's devolved. In all honesty,
yeah, it is devolved, but there is a policy and strategy still at the national level.
Oh, I agree completely. You have a car which you drive. When you go to visit your constituents, has it ever broken down somewhere?
It does at times.
Precisely. Does it mean the car is not working?
No, it doesn't mean.
It is not working at the point it breaks down. But once you repair it, it moves on.
It moves on.
Precisely.
Okay.
And if you don't fuel it, will it continue moving?
No, it can't.
Precisely.
It can't.
So, SHA sometimes lacks fuel. Unasikia, these hospitals have not been paid. In the absence of that payment, there's no way they will work. Okay? But when it comes to the service that is being provided, there are very many people who, in the absence of SHA, people who are on dialysis, for example, would not be able to receive that care. And they do. Now, all I'm saying is, there are very many things that were wrong with that system, even when they started it, the amounts that you make. That is all true. However, I always balance it with the numbers of people who have benefited from it, and have benefited in ways that NHIF could not benefit you. NHIF had its limits.
Yeah, the amounts.
What is true is that with any new system, you must always expect there to be hitches, and then you must also expect to improve on it. Case in point is our constitution. We did away with the Transition Authority. We did away with the Commission on the implementation
of the Constitution.
Yeah, and then we wonder why we're having problems with our Constitution.
With the Constitution, yeah, that's true.
Those bodies should have been given a 15-year mandate so they would guide us. But here we have a Constitution, and we are struggling with it. Half the time we're not even sure how to implement it. Anyway.
But what I was saying, and my colleague being a medical doctor is better placed even to appreciate these things. You know, when you look at SHA, they have registered about 30 million people. But those who are paying, they are very few.
Around 5 million.
So you see that the numbers are so high. But so it means somebody, for you to sort it SHA, you need to think about these 25 who are not paying. How do they start paying? They had a system where they were trying to identify how much you should pay. I think that system, to some extent, was also not very properly structured, because some people have been given figures which are so high. You find Makali Mulu is supposed to be paying 10,000, and a very poor character at home is also paying another 9,000.
Sure.
So we need to come up with a system which appreciates the fact that the low income people should pay low, and then those who are high should pay high. And if we do that, we
but you see, that is what sorry, go ahead, Doctor.
Okay. Just to add into that is that this is a new system that is in place, and with a new system, it meets challenges. So for me, I think we should be able to review SHA at a certain time to see what is working and what is not working, so that we can be able to improve on it.
Yes.
For instance, when you are talking about 30 people being registered, and it's only 5 who are contributing, then it talks about sustainability of this SHA.
Right.
And you'll find that there are people who wait when they are sick is when they want to contribute.
True.
Somebody contributes in the morning and
anaenda hospitali
in the afternoon, anataka kutibiwa na anataka kulipiwa bili yote. So I think Kenyans also needs to we need to be.
But Dr. I hope you understand that Kenyans are really broke. I was actually doing a fundraiser on the weekend for someone nimbaie tu chakula. Kenyans are really broke, Doctor.
Yeah, people are broke, we know that. But we should also not destroy the system that we have in place that can be able to sustain life.
Okay.
Yeah. So we must think of how do we sustain this process, and that is why we need to. That's why I'm saying it's not cast in stone. We should be able to review the system, because as Dr. Muka puts it, we have many people who are benefiting from this service, who would actually had difficulties, because when you have a renal patient and you are getting you are dialyzed twice in a week, you can be able to access that service. Initially under the NHIF, that was not possible. Under this SHA, it is now possible for you to get your dialysis twice a week. It is possible for you to get an operation that you would not have gotten, and under the NHIF, it would have required a co-payment. So I think for me, I would want us as Kenyans to look at this. where are we not, where is SHA not working well, and where can we be able to improve, and how can we improve our contributions so that the system is sustainable.
Thank you so much, Daktari. Parting shots, tafadhali.
Yeah, there's something you have not discussed, and I think we might pick it up the next time, is the issue of how we have mainstreamed corruption in our sector, public sector. So if we can think of how to sort out, even if it's just not to zero, but to some very low levels, we still save a lot of resources for economic development.
Mheshimiwa, corruption is not a problem.
It is.
Impunity is.
Thank you very much, Paul. You know my thinking very well. The reason why I say this is, if you look at the culture that we have entrenched over time, corruption is the manifestation of this impunity.
Exactly.
And the things that people do and the increase of it. But let's take a few steps back. The economics is what fuels this. People want to be rich quickly without working.
Actually, the latest report, which is an official report, I think it was stating that the country is now losing about 600 billion on, let me talk about misdirection, misapplication.
Yes.
And that is tied to impunity, which is also tied to our value system.
Precisely. And it's terrible because...
In how long?
1 year.
1 year. You see, what makes it bad is because it is an acceptable form of conducting business.
Exactly.
Outright theft is accepted as a normal way of conducting business.
So I think that's another area could also save a lot of resources, so that we push money to the pockets of Kenyans as opposed to taking away money from them.
Which way you have to think very hard, because the job that you're gunning for, there are no entities that are... National government has problems. County government.
Yeah, they have But I'm telling you, a few of them have tried. If you look at somebody like Honorable Kangata, who is now the governor of Murang'a, he has come with some innovative ways of actually minimizing leakages.
Professor Kivuda is another example.
Done that.
Do you know, these are beautiful examples.
So if we get them and you do them right, actually, at times I think if we, if you look at some of the digitization, I don't know whether you have assessed the impact of digitization of very simple systems like the e-citizen. You can, if you look at what we used to collect before e-citizen and we are collecting, the only challenge is we are collecting, but again, leakages.
Daktari, it isn't the thinking behind it, and it isn't even the implementation. It is the pushback, and whether you have a strong enough back
to withstand
because Kivuta experienced that pushback, and he had a strong enough back,
and he took a decision,
and he said, guys, 20. So that is what is required. It's not that we can't change, we can. But it must be clear how it is people will benefit. People respond well to benefit. If that picture is clear and it's worked on,
things can work.
You'll change.
Dr. Pukose, it's your turn for your parting shot.
Thank you. And I think it has been a great morning. It's my first time being here in Radio Generation, and I've enjoyed being here. And I've also enjoyed the comments from the Kenyans who are listening. And I think we keep on engaging. This is our country. It belongs to all of us. And we should be able to listen to each other. No human being is perfect. It is easier to criticize where you are seeing flaws. But we should also criticize each other constructively and give solutions that I think will take this country to another level, both at the county level and at the national level.
If I may comment, Daktari, actually, as a pro-government member of parliament, you've done exceptionally well, and especially on the virtue of being honest. Kuna wengine wanaketingi kwa hiyo kiti wanatudanganyanga na tunashangaa.
And since they are our guests, we're polite.
We're polite to them.
Why is it so difficult to just be honest and say, look, this is the position, this is where we are, we are suffering, we are trying to change the situation. So hiyo nitakupigia makofi. And I hope the people of Endebes wameona.
Asante.
Watamwangalia na macho mazuri.
Unajua mahali tumekosea, we should accept to be criticized. Because there is nobody who is perfect. Na mahali tumekosea, waje turekebishwe. And then we do the correct things. Because we are not just doing this for ourselves, we are doing this for the country.
True.
And regimes come and go. Leo sisi tuko, kesho itakuwa wengine.
Right.
My colleague is fighting very hard kukuja, ingawaje tunajua haitawezekana, lakini tunamruhusu ajaribu pia.
Nimeona watu wa Kitui County hapa wamekuja wengi sana. And I wish you all the best, daktari.
I'm on course.
Ya ugavana ninamuunga, lakini ingine
I'm on course.
Sawa.
This is our motherland. We have no other motherland, I tell you.
Yeah.
Have no other motherland. We love the country. We all need to do what it takes to make this country better.
True.
All of us.
I know people are wondering why we are chasing you out at 8:39. We are not chasing you. You have another important meeting to attend to.
We are members of the Budget and Appropriation Committee, and we have the county allocations bill which is before us.
Yes.
So we have to discuss it, and Parliament is going on recess this Thursday. So we need to discuss, and this is a bill that came from the Senate.
It approves money for the counties.
So it approves money for the counties. But we are hoping that the counties will also utilize this money well.
All right.
And make sure that especially pending bills that have made the business in the counties very difficult, they are able to pay.
Yeah. Please, as you go to your committees, remember the people of your counties and the people of Kenya.
Thank you so much.
All right. Don't go too far, folks. We'll be right back.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. PLP leader Martha Karua says she was deported from Uganda after being denied entry at Entebbe International Airport. She claims Ugandan immigration officials detained her, confiscated her phones, and informed her she will not be allowed into the country while traveling to assist in the legal defense of opposition figure Kizza Besigye. Speaking at Jomo Kenyatta International Airport on arrival back in Kenya, Karua accused Ugandan authorities of interfering with legal processes linked to Besigye's case.
Finally, after being taken round offices, I was taken to a man who told me he's the principal immigration officer at the airport, and he told me that I will not be allowed to enter. I told them there is no problem, but by then, 2 of his junior officers had snatched both my phones.
Meanwhile, DAPK party leader Eugene Wamalwa has criticized the decision by Ugandan authorities to deny Martha Karua entry into Uganda, saying it violates the East African Treaty on the free movement of people and services. He also called on the Law Society of Kenya and the East African Law Society to protest the incident.
So what we are seeing in East Africa is a very frightening phenomenon of rising authoritarianism. That is actually an existential threat to our democracy, not just in Kenya, but in the entire region. And there is collusion between these 3 presidents. And Kenya is clearly benchmarking with the 2. And this is where we are headed, unless we actually rise up as Kenya and say, no, Kenya is not Tanzania, Kenya is not Uganda. Kenya has been the cornerstone of democracy in the region.
The debate over Finance Bill 2026 continues, with lawmakers defending amendments they say protect Kenyans from additional tax burdens. Speaking on Radio Generation today, Kitui Central Member of Parliament Makali Mulu said the bill, which sought to amend several tax laws, was expected to raise an additional 98 billion Kenya shillings for the government. He questioned whether the country could raise the funds without increasing taxes on citizens.
We call it the omnibus bill because it amends quite a number of clauses, a number of acts of parliament. It amends the income tax, it amends the value-added tax, it amends the Excise Tax Act, it amends the Tax Procedures Act, and then there's the Miscellaneous Act. 5 acts been amended. Now, what happens out of those acts of parliament? Because of the amendments, we are only generating 98 billion. So this finance bill we are discussing with you here today, we are discussing a finance bill, which at the end of the day, will give the government additional 98 billion. So the question is, can we raise this 98 billion shillings without taxing Kenyans more.
Okay.
Now, I want to give you a few clauses which were controversial and where we were thinking these clauses were going to take money away from Kenyans. And now I'm discussing the government bill so that you get the government intention. When it comes to parliament, we did amendments which changed a number of them.
Myanmar's military was responsible for more than 700 civilian deaths over the 6-month election period last year, the UN says. A new report covering from August to January says credible sources have verified a minimum of 702 people were killed, including 224 women and 153 children. It covers the 6 months from when the military, who waged a coup 5 years ago, announced elections, a process widely described as sham due to main opposition parties being excluded. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Lionel Messi made World Cup history after scoring twice in Argentina's 2-0 win over Austria in Texas. The goals took Messi's World Cup total to 18, the most ever, moving him ahead of Germany great Miroslav Klose and Brazil star Marta. Messi missed an early penalty but scored before halftime and added another late on to help defending champions Argentina reach the knockout stage. Kylian Mbappe scored twice as France beat Iraq national football team comfortably in Philadelphia in the US. His 2 goals take his World Cup total to 16 in 16 matches, moving him level second on the all-time scoring list, just 2 behind Lionel Messi. The match was also delayed for more than 2 hours at halftime because of lightning in the area, making it the first weather interruption of the tournament. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio.
I've never seen anything like this.
But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey.
You got it locked.
Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
All right, here we are. We are back. It's now 14 minutes to the top of the hour. So do stand by. News again will be coming in about 14 minutes because of the programming that we've had to adjust as far as waheshimiwa are concerned here. But I'm liking the comments here, City. Watu wameamua kuuliza maswali zile za maana. Folks saying I had to be very polite to our guests in studio, but man, watu wanasema kwa mfano kuna Joffrey amekasirika, wacha nisisome sana kwa sauti kubwa sana, lakini ukitaka kujua Kenya Joffrey amesema, ingia katika mtandao wetu. Duta pia Duta amesema, then it is clear that as a country we are delusional about the independence of parliament. Mukasa Mesha kamesema, and guys, I am laughing because I know we're in a very bad state, But Mukasa Mesha kamesema, we borrow because of corruption. Let's not say we borrow because we do not raise more locally. Greenfield project was cancelled and contractor was paid over 3 billion. Guy, is that not budgeted corruption? Drain the swamp. Hivyo ndivyo Mukasa amesema.
Hiyo swamp ingizwe kwa drainage.
But swali ni CT. Wa Kenya ambao ndio the real waheshimiwa, wanajua maneno ya kudrain the swamp really? Do they understand the concept of draining the swamp?
Well, look at it. The question you ask is valid, but let me perhaps, if with your permission, let me rephrase it.
Yeah, permission granted.
Do they understand the ramifications
of draining the swamp? Okay, maybe explain what would be the ramifications.
You see, they are saying get rid of everybody.
Yes,
and start fresh.
Kutoka president to the MCA.
Kila mtu. Okay.
Have a new president, new deputy president.
But they seem to think that these are the people who run government. They influence government. What about the civil servant? What do you do with them?
But CD, when we have an executive that understands their role, they will deal even with those rogue government employees in one way or another.
You see, the civil servants, why they were permanent in nature and why they are referred to as public or permanent and employable was because you would rely on them for the continuity of the nation. Whether it is the ministries, whether it's the departments, these people who run it, they've been schooled in government speak, in how government works. They understand. And it doesn't matter who comes in as president, it continues. Our politics, given what it is, seems to indicate to us that the primary function that very many people in leader political positions do, or political power positions, is they struggle and they strive to influence the workings of the civil service as much as they possibly can. Yes. You start with whoever it is who heads the public service. Then you bring in the commissioners. Then you bring in... There's always this attempt to ensure that you run it the way you want. And then there was this conversation we had about the bureaucracy of government and how we needed to inject a little private sector into...
magic. Mojo.
That particular experiment didn't work out very well.
I remember one of the folks that really suffered when they joined Gava was... what's the name of this guy? He resigned as deputy governor of Nairobi. Jamaa wa Equity Bank huyu jamaa na sawa jina yake.
He was called
this technocrat.
Yes, I'm going to remember his
that
name.
Guy, as you remember his name. Jamaa aliingia akasema bwana hii serikali yenu hii serikali yenu acha ikae. It's never that serious. Na akajitoa.
With good reason. He understood this thing, the way it is working.
It is not the way I work.
Not only that. That's a person who was used to structures and in doing things in a certain way to achieve certain goals. And I think whichever way he looked, he couldn't see it.
Brian Were amesema we really need to reconsider our choices when choosing our leaders based on values, ethics, etc.
No, that is not. We do not elect people because of their values, ethics. That's the theory. Those are the things we say because we believe they will bring about change.
So what's the practice?
The practice is these people need to know that they've been held to account and that there are consequences if they do not do. Why do you think...
Isn't it easier when we have someone who has got good moral values, ethics and these things?
Paul, the vast majority of people who are elected are actually good people. Don't be fooled. It is, the rot sets in once they're in positions of authority. Okay? Then the culture that is prevalent in that particular ecosystem takes over, and then they become different people. But we elect very good people. It's not that there are some known scoundrels. No. The scoundrels are few and far between, and they're also known. But it doesn't mean that if somebody is given to illegal activities and has a criminal leaning, that person cannot necessarily be a good leader. They could. But the problem is the impunity brings out the darker side that they all have. So instead of doing that which they know they were elected for, they pursue the self-aggrandizement and self-enrichment and you just name it. Happen to shida inatokea.
All those selves.
Yes, but there is a need to understand that electing someone is not the reason for you to now sit back. The work begins once you have elected.
And the work begins for the voter,
not the mheshimiwa, the voter. There are a few members of parliament who take their job seriously.
Okay.
My own member of parliament, in my opinion, takes his work seriously.
Okay.
So if someone were to ask me if I were to vote, I would vote for him definitely. It doesn't really matter who else is competing. I won't even look at them.
Danson Kenya metukumbusha the guy is called Polycarp Igathe. Thank you so much, Danson. Civil servants align themselves to where the big arrow points. That is Tom Omungo, in reference to what you've said. That whole issue of whoever you elect, hold them to account. No, the civil servants, are the engine that drives government.
Okay. In theory, that is true. In practice, it isn't. When over time you've developed a culture where the biggest theft takes place in the public services, whether it's at the county government now that we have, or at the national level, these people have schemes and means by which they go about their business. You come in as an outsider, they will run circles around you. They honestly will, because statecraft, they know. They know this goes this way, this goes there. They have a very clear idea. They know who does what, they know who does which business, who procures. everything you need to know to run that ministry, they know.
Yeah.
So if you don't take the time to actually understand how this thing works, as I said, if it's a 3-year contract as a PS or whatever, those 3 years will just go, let me, done, and you will be looking left and wondering, hiya. And yo.
The party leader of ODM, aka My Take 2.0, has said, "We are ODM and ODM is us. As ODM members, we demand that Sifuna returns everything in his possession that belongs to ODM, including that t-shirt." Haya.
Watch a t-shirt. So I'm very proud of you. Because that seems to be the focus of very many people who belong to the ODM party, who feel, you know, these political maneuverings that we see in ODM, I want to sit back and watch the outcomes.
Yes.
I really do. Because those who have set in motion the process of removing Sifuna, clearly understand why they're doing it. And they have an agenda.
Okay.
But what I often wonder is, do they think that the late Raila Odinga did not know the sort of person Sifuna was?
I'm sure he did.
Yes. And so why did he entertain him?
Can I be honest about something? And this is Paul Mungala Mbuvi, the Kenyan, not Paul Mungala Mbuvi, the radio presenter. Me actually think Raila Odinga was aligned to Sifuna, or rather Sifuna was aligned with Raila, as far as what we are seeing the Linda Mwananchi faction doing.
If you look at very many young people, including Babu Owino and others, whom Raila supported over the years, in many ways, if you look at the younger Raila, they represent the younger Raila very well.
Na kunaka ka theory kanitwanga je ka conspiracy theory kanasemanga hivi that kuna wakati Raila alienda India kurudi akapata akina the experts wameingia kwa serikali. Mimi ninaona hivyo ndivyo kulienda. Huyu jamani kama hakuwa anajua ama hakuwa amesanction, maybe alikuwa amesikia fununu but he wasn't for it. Then when he came, he found, alas, msichana ako na mimba na akasema tulee mtoto.
Actually, it wasn't even just India. He had gone to the Middle East and then Europe.
Yeah, there's somewhere he had gone. Yeah.
Yes, there is a school of thought that has put across that particular perspective. And they have said that is exactly what happened.
But since I am not an ODM member,
well, since I do not have facts to support it, I will say there are things that people have said.
Yes.
And I have come across that particular view myself.
Mr. Henry amesema Mbuvi, CS Mbadi promised to audit our national debt. Why is the government still refusing to audit? Any odious debts discovered must not be paid.
The Uhuru government promised that every primary school child would have a computer. Iliendaje hiyo kitu?
Hata machiefs waliambiwa watakuwa na computer, lakini hao walipromisiwa na Ruto. However,
you know why I'm going in that direction? The Kibaki government didn't just promise, but they fulfilled free primary education. Did they build enough schools to accommodate the free primary education?
No.
The 844 system was even planned better because they even planned for classrooms. They planned.
Yeah.
They even planned for teachers' houses in places that were boarding and Navitu kama hizo.
But kujenga is where they drew the line.
No, they even built.
Oh.
Yes.
Did they?
844 didn't have this problem of classrooms over
and capitation issues.
No. Hizo shida hazikuwepo. If they were just slight delay.
And textbooks.
Yeah, but the problems during that particular period of the Moi era, we didn't have the population we have now. See, it takes us back to planning. Now,
can I be honest about this issue that Nani has raised on Mbadi?
Go ahead.
Again, just like I was honest about the other issue. I don't even think Nani, what's his name? Wanjigi, Jimmy. If today he were to be president, if Kenyans were gracious enough to vote him as president, I think he'll still pay those debts.
Let me put it to you this way. I don't think he would.
Akiangai, uje mtu atalipe hiyo deni.
I will explain to you why not. Okay? There will be an extremely lengthy legal battle around those things and the obligations
as
of
they
a nation.
pay.
Oh yeah, kutakuwa na vita. Kutakuwa na vita. But if you've listened to the conversation about odious debt, and if you've read about it, it did not start in the 21st century. It did not start in the 20th century. It did not start even in the 19th century. These are issues that have arisen before.
Hiyo kitu bro, acha nikwambie kitu. Mimi ninaona it doesn't matter who's going to be president unless maybe someone else who's not campaigning right now.
Why are you so confident that it is not possible for that thing to be achieved?
Because these are not the first folks to talk about odious deaths.
Yeah, but nobody has talked about it as much as Jimmy Wanjigi has.
Yeah, it doesn't make it any different.
Oh, it does.
See, because people who come to the public and they say, wife battering is bad. Oh, femicide is wrong. But in the backgrounds, hao ndio wanachapanga mabibi.
Paul, if you look at the issue of odious death and the details that Jimmy Wanjigi has gone into in explaining how they arise, the law, many people who speak about it understand it because Jimmy Wanjigi brought it up.
Yes.
And he explained it over time. I know because I was involved in the process of interviewing on these same things over a period of time. I didn't understand it at all. But because of the conversations, I went and read about it.
Yeah.
And I also read about the difficulty of actually getting to a point where you don't pay. I also got it. But I also read situations where countries won those matters in court and they didn't have to pay. I don't need 10 examples. No. I need one. Once I get that one example, I know it can be done. That's all I need.
Yeah.
And that example, we have the example on the continent. This one. This one. Angola. This one. Oh, yes. The government.
Very good example. Yeah.
They said, apana, this thing. Dos Santos, who dada, who sister, ndiye alichukua hizi pesa kafanya nazo ABCD. And they told hiyo, kusema kweli hiyo. Si lazima mlipe hiyo.
Na wakakataa kulipa.
No, they won that case. So
and they are breathing
the
very well.
people who took those loans waende walipe hizo vitu. Si wao ndio wanajua. See, it's not that we shouldn't pay. We didn't take the loan. Those who took it should pay it. That's the conversation.
MD Sharpness says, I'm curious, what is the alternative plan once they discontinued the SHA system? Won't that lead to loss of more funds, paying penalties and trying to develop another new system? Good question, MD Sharpness. Actually, in the next hour, we are hosting Pauline Njoroge. Yeye ni wa Jubilee. I think she's the deputy organizing secretary. Atatukonfirmia akiingia kwa studio of the Jubilee party. Natuambia what's the plan as far as opposition is concerned and some of these questions that you guys have. There's another comment here that has been written by Danson Kenya. I won't read it because the last time I read such comments, I was called by the Communications Authority. So hiyo nitaiachia hapo. Geoffrey Mugaka amesema the title doctor should be removed from the names of these people. Haya, sawa. Mutimbiti. Milimo Mutimbiti, I can't read that name. Amesema the party position was followed in 2024, yet the party leader cancelled the 2024 finance bill after that. This is something I should have asked the MPs.
You see, the thing is we learn from those who listen to the show, because when they express their views, it tells you their thinking.
Yeah.
You know what we're asking of the people we elect to think? Is singumu. This is what's happening. Don't tell us about the problems that we know better than you.
Yeah.
Because we feel it more than you. Please apply some thinking and tell us how we can get out of it. You see, this issue of odious debt, one of the reasons why I find it resonates with the problems we have.
Yeah.
If, let's say, for instance, this 1.5 trillion which we are supposed to pay, okay? And we look at it and we say, half of that money, for example, is odious. We've actually released another 750 billion into the system.
Into the economy, yeah.
Direct.
Let us do a little bit of news when we return, of course. Like I told you, we shall be hosting Pauline Njoroge.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Endebe's Member of Parliament and Vice Chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, Robert Pukose, has defended Parliament's position on changes affecting the filing of nil tax returns. He says young people and university students should not be penalized just because they have Kenya Revenue Authority PIN numbers, especially when they have no income. Pukose argues that requiring such groups to file returns could place unnecessary pressure on them and that the system should be fair and practical for those without taxable income.
There was this issue about filing for returns by young people. And we said these young people, anybody who has a PIN number doesn't mean that person is employed. So when they file for nil, and we should not also subject our children who are at the university that they need to file, and if they don't file, then they are to be penalized.
Everyone should file.
But if they are filing for nil returns for university students, should they be penalized for filing nil returns?
No, they shouldn't.
They shouldn't.
They shouldn't.
So we agreed with them. We agreed also on the Mutumba issue with them. But when it comes to voting, they vote no.
Kenya is experiencing growing unrest in schools, with new government figures showing 330 cases of instability since late April 2026. According to Basic Education Director General Elias Abdi, the incidents include fires, attempted arson, and student protests, which have left 18 learners dead. One of the reported cases, 95, involved school fires, while 34 were linked to attempted arson attacks. Wiper Party leader Kalonzo Musyoka has dismissed claims by President William Ruto that he has illegally acquired his Yatta farm. The opposition leader said he has already submitted all relevant legal documents to the Directorate of Criminal Investigations and that official findings cleared him of any wrongdoing. He further challenged President Ruto to clear his own name over ongoing allegations of corruption and land grabbing.
This was a properly executed sale agreement, stamp duty paid and everything paid. And it's not the first time we are hearing this, but I think we must bring the matter to closure. And as we do so, I want to challenge Mr. William Ruto. Let his office put on record exactly what he owns. When we take over from him next year, God willing, we will be very strict about audit of lifestyle of leaders who get elected into office. My record speaks for itself, and Kenyans know that most likely, I like myself to think the late Robert Hoko was a very successful foreign minister.
The government and faith-based organizations are calling for stronger partnerships to help communities deal with the rising impact of climate change in Kenya. They warn that recurring drought, floods, and environmental damage continue to threaten livelihoods across the country. Speaking on the issue, leaders said it is time to move from discussions to action. They are urging stakeholders to focus more on environmental conservation, better waste management, and direct support for vulnerable communities affected by climate change.
We are here today to ask ourselves, how can we move from just creation of awareness and understanding that climate change is affecting us to a place where we can say, what can we do? Moving ourselves from being concerned to action, that we have to take the right action to protect ourselves.
We want to also ask that when policies are being made, we would like faith leaders to be there, because they bring faces of communities, of those who have been affected in the conversation. The conversation with faith leaders on climate change matters is not abstract.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is 7 minutes past 9 o'clock. My name is Mungala Mbuvi. I'm with City Muga in the studio, and I'm just fascinated by a comment here by one of our viewers, Mr. Henry. Henry ameamua Paul ni kama hawelewi kitu. Amesema, Mbuvi, you're forgetting Okiya Omtatah is already at the court on the issue of odious debt. He has already sued Uhuruto's governments. Me, I'm telling you guys, this thing, I don't see. to be honest, I don't see. But anyway, that's just me. Mukasa Meshak amesema CT on Wanjigi issue, why doesn't he pursue those that have stolen the borrowed money? Which one is easier, international lender or a local Kenyan corrupt borrower? Why clash with IMF when you have Uhuruto?
You know, sometimes I actually marvel at how it is we are partisan in our thinking and in our analysis and then summation and conclusions. Public debt is in the public domain, literally.
Yeah.
Literally. Now, it's a question of which aspect of it you consume. But again, the development records of successive governments is also in the public domain.
True.
So, when one comments, it helps tremendously.
Yeah.
When you make reference to things that you can easily, should we say, justify?
Lin Gatiba amesema tuned in waiting for Pauline Njoroge. Susan Ngatia tuned in listening to this amazing lady Pauline Njoroge, na wengine wengi sana ni kama wamechoria historia nyingine yote audience that they're all saying that they're waiting for Pauline Njoroge. So allow me to introduce our guest in studio. She's a digital communication strategist and she's a member of the Linda Mwananchi movement. Pauline Njoroge, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning, Mbuvi and City. So happy to be here this morning.
There's someone who told me that movie hamtaipata Pauline Njoroge. Why would people think that you don't like doing interviews?
Because
yeah,
I'm a writer and I've been writing for a very long time.
Okay.
And that became my medium of sharing my ideas and articulating different issues on governance, on geopolitics, history, because I'm a history buff. I really love history. So that has been my platform, writing. And so interviews are quite, radio interviews are quite a new thing to me, but here I am.
Yeah.
Karibu
sana.
Asante sana.
We usually have a ritual here. We share, what are they called? Proverbs with our guests. So Siti will share a proverb with you. Tell us what you think about this proverb. Give us an interpretation of your own. So Siti.
Our proverbs for the whole of this week come from the Republic of Namibia. You know, when we talk of colonial governments, we always think of countries in Europe. But this is one country that was actually colonized by another African country. Namibia was a colony of South Africa. I know most people do not know, but it is good for me to mention, and that they got their independence from South Africa in 1990. Yes.
Tulikuwa serious, eh?
Well, you know how it is. The apartheid system was essentially a colonial system. Okay, so to extend it just to the neighbor, which had a far smaller population, wasn't really that difficult. And the way you do it is, a large population of your own people go and live there. So you have people, I mean, it's something that colonialists have done. If you look at the problem that Ukraine has with Russia, there's an entire population in the eastern part of Ukraine that is Russian. And etc. Okay?
Okay.
Now the proverb. A word of peace redeems a crime.
A word of peace redeems a crime.
A word of peace
redeems a crime.
Redeems a crime. I would say even if a crime has been committed and people talk, you know, the person who has the perpetrator and the person who has been offended,
dialogue.
If that dialogue happens, then there is a settlement. There's a chance. There's an opportunity for settlement.
You're actually right, because we see that. We see that a lot here in this country. We call it handshake. We call it BBI. We call it nusumkate. But yes, you're right. All right. Let's just get straight into this situation. You have been seen a lot with the Linda Mwananchi faction. People know you as a Jubilee Party member. So are we saying that Jubilee is in Linda Mwananchi? Are we saying Linda Mwananchi is in Jubilee? Or are we saying Pauline Njoroge is in Linda Mwananchi? Where are we?
Pauline Njoroge is a member of Jubilee Party and also an official. I sit in the National Executive Council of Jubilee Party. But Linda Mwananchi is a movement of which I'm part of. And I'm not the only person who, people see Linda Mwananchi began because of some things that were happening within ODM. So people see it as something that a movement that grew out of ODM. But at the moment, it has brought in different people from different political parties and organizations. For example, we have Kimilu, MP Kimilu, and Makao of Mavoko, who are also part of Linda Mwananchi now. But they are Moipa members, but they are part of the movement. On Sunday, in Thika, we saw Kangata joining us.
Oh, yes. LSK President Faith Odhiambo
as well. So this is a movement that is bringing people from different political parties, but people who have a common persuasion, people who are pursuing a common agenda. And if you allow me to say something about Linda Mwananchi.
Please.
Linda Mwananchi is an idea whose time has come. Nature, every once in a while, nature forces us into a reset. And sometimes that reset is preceded by very unfortunate circumstances or very unfortunate events. In 2002, we had a reset as a country. That reset was preceded by grand corruption, like Goldenberg.
Oh, yeah.
Gross undermining of human rights, system failure, institutions not working, complete collapse of institutions. And it got to a point that Kenyans were like, no, we need a drastic change. Something needs to give. And that is how we had the 2002 moment. This week, we are commemorating we are remembering over 60 young people who were killed in 2024 during the Gen Z protests. Young people who just went out into the streets to protest against a draconian finance bill or a very punitive finance bill. Young people who just went into the streets because they wanted better for their country, but they were abducted, they were killed. Mbuvi, at that point, the bell was rung for a reset. And during that period, we saw a man called Edwin Sifuna outside Parliament buildings, standing between the gun and the young people. Young people who were just there, the only weapon they were carrying was a flag.
Yeah.
And since that day, Edwin Sifuna has never put that flag down. Everywhere we go for Linda Mwananchi, if you watch, he's raising that flag. It's our symbol. It's a symbol of a revolution.
Yeah.
And with the Linda Mwananchi, which is led by Edwin Sifuna, it has become the voice of all these young people. Yeah. It has become the embodiment of our aspirations and dreams as a country.
Okay.
It captures the kind of it captures our voices and where we want to head the country, the kind of a country that we want. That is what Linda Mwananchi represents, and that is why it has become such a big movement. That is why so many people are associating
with Linda Mwananchi.
With Linda Mwananchi. So the bell was rung.
Yeah.
In 2024, and we are resetting as a country.
Elephant in the room. A lot of people have been saying that you're the hand of former President Uhuru in the Linda Mwananchi faction. Of course, I'm sure you've heard of the rumors that perhaps even the Linda Mwananchi group is being financed by former President Uhuru Kenyatta. What would you say to these comments?
The interesting thing about the political space is how people create stories and propaganda, and it becomes almost a reality. And they say that perception is everything in politics. Sometimes I just say I'll not even defend myself. I'll not even try to explain these things because most people will not believe it. We've heard it from Sifuna and other leaders of the movement say that they actually meet before the rallies, before the tours, to contribute amongst themselves, and they give money. The current sitting MPs who are and senators and Governor Orengo who are part of who are with us, they give money. They contribute towards that cause. And even us who are not elected, but if we get something, we also contribute towards this. We believe in it. We believe in this movement, and we give to it. So, someone somewhere is trying to create a boogeyman.
Okay.
In the name of Uhuru Kenyatta. Tell people that Uhuru is funding this thing, so it's not a good thing. But even if Uhuru decided to fund, for example, isn't he a Kenyan? Doesn't he have the freedom to associate and give money to any cause that he deems fit?
He does.
Even those people who are saying that it is Uhuru who is funding, they have a lot of money. I hear they used millions for their Kisumu rally.
Yeah.
And we know they are getting this. This money is not coming from ODM as a party. It's coming from the tax. It's taxpayers' money. So which is worse? So someone is trying to create Uhuru into a boogeyman, but it's too late. No one is listening to that. Yeah.
Why do you think this is a constant in our politics? It's like there are people, I don't know who these people are, but they seem to be quite good at this. They are always creating boogeymen. It's never boogie women. It is boogeymen. Why do you think they do this? Because it's been entrenched in our politics. There has to be someone who's a boogeyman somewhere.
Because we have a tendency as a people to vote against instead of as opposed to vote for. So someone creates a boogeyman so that you're so passionate about voting against that you even forget that you're not thinking through what kind of leaders do we want, what are we looking for at this particular time, and who can offer us this. So that kind of hatred, and it's created by politicians towards something because they know our tendency. Yeah.
And why do you think we resonate with the things they tell us? Because it would be futile if say this is the plan they have and they keep bringing it to the fore and people didn't respond positively, they would have stopped by now. But we give them impetus. We respond to it in ways that they would like us to respond. Why do you think we respond that way?
Because I think we, in the Roman Empire, when the king knew that the citizens were turning against him, or the emperor knew that the people were turning against him, he would create a lot of, he would create some form of entertainment, gladiator fights
in the Colosseum.
And give bread. It's called bread and circuses. Just keep people very engaged in. You're giving them bread. You've created all these entertainment. People are going to the Colosseum to see what is it called? To see the games.
The carnage.
The carnage. Non-issues. And through that, they are able to capture people's mind. People's minds that they forget their suffering, they forget what they are going through, and they also forget the history of this emperor. So it's a thing these leaders practice, that they find something that can very easily capture our minds and entertain us, that we forget what this country needs. And so after that, when they come with narratives, we so easily buy into those narratives without thinking much through it. And that's why I keep saying, even when someone comes with the best promises, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do the other, I'm this kind of a person, think through their history, think through their past, because that is what will determine the kind of a future they are going to create for you. People are who they are all the time. So if this person has a questionable past, if this person has a questionable history, even when they come with a manifesto that promises to turn this country into a first world country, first question, don't look at that manifesto first before, but don't consider first that manifesto first before you look at their history, because that is what they are likely to be.
Before we get into national politics, I'd like to understand, what does Pauline Njoroge want? Does Pauline want to become governor? Does she want to become woman rep? Does she want to become member of parliament? Because as much as you're in Jubilee Party, as much as you're in the Linda Mwananchi faction, everyone wants something. So what do you want?
Paul, why have you left out president? I mean, you've gone
sorry. Does Pauline want to be president?
That will come at sometime in the future. But right now, my interest is City Hall. And I'll say why my interest is City Hall. It's the county of Nairobi.
Okay.
But at the moment, we are supporting, as Linda Mwananchi, we have Babu Owino, who is going for the governor's seat, and we are supporting him. But within that arrangement, we'll see how, within that arrangement of Linda Mwananchi and the larger opposition, we will see how that works and how we organize ourselves around that, and where I will fit in.
Okay.
But my interest in the Nairobi County, I would say that we also need a reset where the county is concerned. We need a new deal in Nairobi because currently we are seeing system failure, demotivated county workers, and a very unhappy populace. The Nairobians are unhappy.
The citizens of Nairobi.
The citizens of Nairobi are unhappy with everything that's going on. The disorder, the lack of dignity. Movie City, you know right now you not comfortably take your child as you run your errands in the streets of Nairobi because of the disorder, because of the chaos.
Safety issues.
The safety issues. You know, we have a situation where the motorists, the matatus, are squeezing for space. You know, they're competing for space with traders. And that leaves no space for pedestrians, you know, or little or no space for pedestrians. And I think that is one thing that really needs to be addressed. You need to feel dignified as you walk in the streets of Nairobi. You need to feel that you are safe. And that means that we have to take very decisive actions. We have to guide the traders in the lanes where they should be operating from. Guide them, but also expand the market infrastructure so that it releases pressure on our streets. We saw when the Morero market, for example, has reduced, and the Kangudo Road market have reduced pressure from the Marikiti market, where there's a lot of human traffic and also motorists. So we need to start doing more of that. And even as we guide the traders on the lanes they should operate from, we should also create strategic markets in strategic areas in which they should operate from. On top of that, we should enforce the move. You know, we should ensure that the motorists also are operating from the terminals that are designated for them, and they are not coming to park anywhere.
Okay.
This is the matatus now. This is the matatus. And that is why also building infrastructure, expanding infrastructure for that. For example,
expanding in this Nairobi?
No. I'm saying expand
in the CBD.
Not in the CBD.
Yeah.
Like for example, Uhuru initiated the Railway City project.
The one at Haile Selassie.
The one at Haile Selassie.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Outside, on the outskirts of Nairobi, we need to have these terminals infrastructure so that we also reduce the pressure within the streets of Nairobi. That is one thing that we need to do to restore order. One of the other things that Nairobians are really complaining about is waste management. And it has been, that is a matter that has been very badly handled, that the city is very dirty, filthy. But what has been going on, city, is that the city gets contractors to collect garbage. But then there are two issues here. There are genuine contractors who actually are committed to the work, but they're never paid. If you check at the pending bills in Nairobi, most of them is owed to the contractors who are supposed to be collecting garbage. And then there are these other contractors who have been given that work because of who they know in State House. Connections, who they know in high places. They don't do the work, yet they are the ones who are paid because they can push. They're doing monkey business and they can push for their payments. When the people who are genuinely doing the work, the suppliers, the vendors, are not being paid. So the pending bills, people are suffering from depression because they can't pay loans.
It is my understanding that on that issue of garbage, there's a very sophisticated cartel network that is handling or mishandling garbage collection in Nairobi County.
And do you know how bad it is, movie, with the cartels? That even the contractors cannot collect garbage in certain areas because before they pay certain people money. There are people who own garbage. I own garbage. Gatekeepers. I own the garbage in this area. So if you want to come collect that garbage,
unione
kando, so that you have garbage to take to Dandora. Can you imagine that? So these are some of the things going on. Now let me tell you, Mbuvi, that the waste management process, it's something that can even employ so many of our young people who don't have jobs right now. You know, that last mile collection of garbage from residences, that is something we can engage our young people in. We can find a way to engage them. Go collect this garbage and take it to a central collection place, for example, in every sub-county, there is an environment director. So through that architecture, we can engage these young people. They are able to collect garbage from the residences, bring it to a central collection place where now the contractors can come and take that garbage to Dandora. But there's the issue of those people, the owners of the garbage, in quotes, need to be dealt with. And then we need to pay these people. And the county has money to do these things. But what are they doing?
Tell me, what are they doing?
I'm saying paying ghost contractors and also stealing the money. We found, was it 2 weeks ago?
Okay.
A junior county official, call them junior.
Oh, yes, I remember.
Was found with
some cash
over 60 million. In his house
and his car. You know how crazy that is.
So now imagine if you went to the houses of the senior officials in the county. In the last 3 years, Nairobi County has received over 100 million. Only 3% has gone into development work. It is expected that at least 10% of this county allocation goes to development. You know, others will pay to recurrent, most of the money will go to recurrent expenditure and all that, but at least 10% should go to development. But in Nairobi County, only 3% is going to development. Where is the rest of the money going?
You know, someone did an audit and they told us that information, and it was truly shocking. I mean, how is it in the capital city of Nairobi, which is the capital city of Africa,
yes,
you know, undergoing these kinds of problems, you know? And from what I'm hearing, Pauline, it's either you want to be governor of Nairobi or...
Let me even go to the issue of health that I'm very passionate about.
Yes.
Of all the counties in the country, all the 47 counties in the country, Nairobi County allocates the least amount, the least health budget per person. If you look at the budgets, the health budgets of the rest of the counties, Nairobi allocates the least per person. That means our health sector in Nairobi is underfunded and to a very big extent. That is why patients are sharing. For example, look, now we have the referral hospital, Mama Lucy, which is under so much pressure because now most of the people they go to Mama Lucy hospitals because the county hospitals are not able to cater for their needs. They are as I've said, they are underfunded, they are understaffed, they are under-equipped, there's no medicine. So one of the things that a reasonable county governor should do, of course, is make sure that we have health is very critical and it affects every household. It's to make sure that we properly fund the health sector, we properly equip the hospital, make sure that we have sufficient personnel.
Because the public health is
for public health. And for Nairobi Hospital, one of the things is I care mostly about is maternal health. We have women giving birth and sharing hospital beds after giving birth because we don't have enough beds. At a time where someone has 65 million shillings in his house, there are women who are sharing hospital beds after delivery. Those things, they actually bother me. And
they're troubling,
some things can be done. For example, the level 2 hospitals. Why don't we build maternity wings in those level 2 hospitals like the NMS did with the Tasia Hospital in Embakasi East, for example? And that really also is pressure in that particular community, and we need to do more of that, allocate more money. So these are issues that I'm very passionate about, and that's why I said, for me, City Hall is where
that change will be effected. We're having a conversation yesterday night. I hosted Gatundu South MP here in the station, and one of the conversations we had was on women leadership, and we were just looking at whether women have done enough. Really, that was the main question. Do you think women leaders have done enough to prove themselves, number one? Not that they need to, but let's just bring it up. Do you think they've done enough in the positions that they've been given, whether it's as nominated members of parliament, nominated senators, but most precisely as women representatives who've been voted by the people?
Have men leaders done enough? Have men leaders done enough? Even as we look at women, because we really tend to set different
standards.
but different standards. But let me go to it,
because it's an affirmative position.
It's an affirmative position,
Yes.
and so I understand.
Yes.
I understand. There's something that is an expectation that we have of them. They are given that position so that we can, because the playing field was not always fair. So we created the affirmative action. So we created those affirmative positions so that we can able to bring more women and empower them. And I would say this is a case where we look at individuals other than looking at it generally. We've had women, like one of my personal favorites is Njeri from Kirinyaga.
All right.
A very brilliant lawyer. She's pushing legislation. You can see, you can see the work she's doing in Parliament. But unfortunately, we have others who makes people start questioning the need for
those positions.
But I'll say again, as a people, and also as political parties, we share the blame for those that we put there and they are disappointing us. I'll say as a people, because some of them, the voters, some of those people are voted, some of them are voted, are voted in by citizens.
Very true.
So the question is, what kind of a woman did you want to send to Parliament? Did you really check? Did you really consider their quality? Did you consider their intellectual capacity? Did you consider the things that they value or hold dear to them, and so they are going to pursue them? Or did you just go with the hype and vote for someone just because they were within a certain political party? So six piece. And again, I blame the political parties, because it's the political parties that nominate. Those that are not nominated, it's the political parties that nominate.
Yeah.
So again, what were the considerations for the person they nominated? But I'll say this.
Yeah.
When Barack Obama was in Kenya, he talked about, and he talked about the issues of women and gender equality. He said that if a football team wants to win a match, they can't win if they are playing with half
the team.
You must have all the players.
True.
And so even as a country, we need these women, and that's why we needed to create a fair playing field for them. We need the women. They bring in a different perspective. There are things that they understand, because, for example, they are primary caregivers at home. They are the ones who take care of families. So there are things that there's a perspective they have that some men may not have. So we need both men and women. And I know we can get quality women, because look at even the corporate, look at the private sector, for example, in Kenya. KEPSA is led by a woman, Carol, who has been there for a while, and we've seen, and she's quite, it's a kind of a woman we look up to in the private sector. One of the leading telecoms in the region, MTN, is headed by a woman, Sylvia Mulingi, another woman that we really admire. So if we have these kind of women, competent, very, who have very high intellectual capacity, leading the private sector, and in such high positions, the same can apply in politics. But it's up to us.
It doesn't, because I would ask the question, do we consider what women have to fight, what they have to push, what fights against them even before they start? Because if you look at the perspective, let's talk about Kenya, and let's talk at some of the data that is actually available. 27%, that's the figure when you look at the trust quotients between men and women. Women are trusted 27% more than men. But when it comes to politics, God Almighty, they are judged really, really harshly. The percentages are, let me just read some so that you understand. Male MPs receive 250% more party funding than women. Female politicians receive 300% more coverage on scandals.
Do you know it is because sometimes women receive a different kind of funding? But continue.
That's the sort of thing I'm talking about here. That negative attitude towards women. You may think, you see, there is a culture that works against women even before they start. And this is what they have to push against when they want to be in positions.
It's already hard even before they start.
And that's why I asked you, the first question when you asked that question, what did I ask you? I asked you, what about men?
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, what about men? Because it's like we set different sorts of standards.
The standards are very different.
The standards are very different.
Very
Look
different.
at, well, again, one of my favorite women leaders in the country right now is Millie Odhiambo, a very brilliant woman. But look at some of the things she has to deal with. I don't know, you have no children, you have no and I'm wondering, and for me, for example, I'll be told you're not married, you don't have children. How can you lead? And I keep on, if I'm in parliament, for example, and I'm working on a legislation, how will it matter whether
you have children,
I have children or not, or I'm married or not, or am I supposed to go and discuss that legislation with my husband so that I know how to come and what I need to support or what I don't need to support in parliament.
Yeah.
So we find very brilliant women, but there's always this question that will always come, you're not this, you don't have this, but the same standard does not apply for men, as City is saying.
You see, the affirmative action was not accompanied by a process of getting to curate the thinking of men who are elected to understand the role that women play. You see, the most critical things in the life of a human being on this planet, that particular role seems to be assigned to the women. And yet you do not think that this person to whom you assign this critical role is able to lead, and yet you are questioning something that they already do. See that dichotomy requires, in the same way that the affirmative action was brought in with matters of the women's rep and so forth, there's an affirmative action that is needed to get men to understand and to also have a system which, when you exhibit qualities of not understanding, you are removed from any electoral position. Because if you look at the chauvinistic tendencies that these individuals whom we elect who are male and what they do, it's absolutely retrogressive. In fact, every time we've had the issue of voting for the two-third gender rule, what do you think happens in parliament? It's clear. The members of parliament who are predominantly men do not wish to have that happen.
No, they don't want
They're
it to
either
happen.
not there or they vote how or they're absent. Or they're absent.
They absolutely do not support.
No, they do not support it at all.
Mochama here is saying, have men done enough? Question marks.
No.
Nakasema, that's not only the smart answer, Pauline Joroge, but the right one. City Hall is where you will make the changes.
Yes. Actually, we were having a discussion even before you came in about the county governments and how it is county governments are actually critical to the economic development of the nation. Now, Nairobi is even more critical because this is a nerve center.
It's a nerve center. It's now housing the largest, UN staff anywhere in the world. We even have a UN staff moving from New York, from Geneva, and from also coming to Nairobi. So it's actually not just a regional hub. It's very strategic internationally. So this is not a city that we can afford to mess up. And so it needs decisive leaders. Some of the times when you ask questions about why we are not being able to enforce this or the other, especially order, you are told it's because of the inspectorate. So we also need, what is it called? We also need a leadership that will be very firm on the city inspectorate, that will be that will be uncompromising, because we cannot afford to lose Nairobi. And I almost feel like we are losing Nairobi. The other day we had the Africa Forward Summit.
Yeah.
But around the same time, I think the last day of the summit, it rained very heavily. And the city was flooded.
Yeah.
Do you know what will happen? As time goes, people will choose other places. People will choose Rwanda because there's better infrastructure.
Actually, they are choosing Rwanda.
They are choosing Rwanda. You can see how Addis Ababa is coming up because of, again, decisive leadership. The last 5 years, that city has completely transformed. And so we are going to lose our place in terms of even hosting these events that bring a lot of money into the economy, and especially the much needed dollar, people start looking for other destinations for conferences. So we need to redeem our city. And see, Nairobi has worked before. If you look at the pictures of the 90s, or even shortly after independence, I think we had a city that was functional during the days of Gakuo, during the days of Jua Kech and others. There were people their mayors who have run this city more efficiently. So it can be done.
Actually, John Gakuo takes the cup. Yes, he does, because there was a menace in the city that people believed could not be changed. The street children. Haki. That thing was sorted out. The question was asking, so alipeleka watu wapi? But anyway, tutuachane na hiyo. Street lights would be found Kenyatta Avenue. The moment you went to Tomboya and beyond, it was darkness. All that changed. You know this garbage we are speaking of as though it's something magical that can't be sorted out. It was sorted out. There are people who I don't think were happy with Gakuo. That man was accused for something in which this current what's the chief Nanio called? Chief Minister?
PCS Mudavadi?
Yes. There was a scandal that involved mortuary land or cemetery land. Gakuo happened to be town clerk. Do you know this man was accused? It's not as though there was evidence against him. He was accused. That man died. In prison. Now, when you speak of cartels, the cartels didn't begin the county government. It began with the city. Okay? There are people who, whether it is the collection of revenue, you can digitize it all you like. Whether it is garbage collection, there are things that are predetermined, and there are people who will run it in the way they see fit. And yet, during Gakuo's time, you know, this is not 100 years ago. This city, it actually worked.
It worked.
You saw, we knew what Nairobi was when he took over. We saw what it became. And it wasn't 10 years. No. It was 2 to 3 years. Now that is a man whose picture, unless you looked for it, you wouldn't find. He didn't make public speeches. He didn't go around. He was
just worked.
He didn't put billboards.
No. No. The city became so clean. Those of us who had lived in this city longer, even when we were younger people, you marveled at what you saw. So when someone talks about the things that can actually be done, it can. The city doesn't work well deliberately. It's not that it can't. There are people who purpose for it to work. Be chaotic. Yes, it can work.
That chaotic system works for some people. You know, the way we have profiteers of war, we also have profiteers of the chaos that we have right now in Nairobi County. But as a city saying, it can work because it has worked before.
Yes, we have seen it work.
I've had the privilege of traveling the world and to major world city whose population, you know, way bigger populations, even double the population of
Nairobi.
Some even triple.
Yes. But the cities are clean. There is clean water flowing from the taps. You can even take water from a spring.
You can actually, you just drink tap water. It's not even complicated.
Na uko tu sawa. You will not be worrying that unapata sijui utapata nini. So how have they done it with that with the kind of population that they have? And you are able to even walk in the streets at night. You are able to go to the underground and catch your train. But I keep giving an example of there's this tunnel that they're building from the Green Park terminus to CBD.
Yes.
And the first time people heard about it, Nairobi was like, no, tukienda huko tutapigwa ngeta na ni mchana. So can you imagine the situation at night kama unapigwa ngeta ukitembea huku juu na kwa hiyo tunnel? That is how much we don't have faith even in our system to protect us. But I'm saying we have bigger cities, clean, efficient working transport, public transport system.
You know, I always marvel, Pauline, at Tokyo. A city of 40 million. Na watu wanatokanga nyumbani asubuhi, wanaenda kazini na wanarudi nyumbani jioni na wako tu sawa. Hatusikiangi traffic, hatusikiangi accidents, hatusikiangi watu wamepotea wakienda nyumbani, hatusikiangi ngeta. the streets are so clean. People walk. There's a guy who did a documentary. He went there and he was walking. He wore white socks and he walked a distance of, say, the entire stretch of Moi Avenue and Tomboya Street combined, and his socks, white socks, were still white at the very end of the.
But you know what they'll tell you, movie? We can't compare ourselves with Tokyo because we don't have the amount of money
they have.
That they have.
It isn't the money.
It's not the money.
Japan wasn't always that way.
Yeah.
And Tokyo wasn't always that way. There's a deliberateness in the way the people, the country fathers thought, envisioned, and then set to ensure that they achieve those things.
It's a paradigm shift.
Yes.
Yeah.
You criticized the collaboration between Nairobi County and the national government. I think it's the time that the national government, gave Nairobi County some 80 billion for something. I'm even forgetting what it was for. What's your issue with that?
It was supposed to be 80 billion. Now, as I've said, Nairobi is it's not just a county. It's the capital of Kenya. The parliament buildings are in Nairobi, state house is in Nairobi, UNEP is in Nairobi. So, to some extent, we can't just leave Nairobi to the county government. The national government also has a role to play. But how this is done, the collaboration or the cooperation between the current cooperation between the county government and the national government did not come out of strategic thinking. That we need to work together, we need to collaborate on certain things, we need to look at what can the county national government handle and what can it came from a point of total failure and incompetence by the governor of Nairobi and by the county government of Nairobi.
Yeah.
It was not strategic that we need to work together, we need to collaborate because this is not just the county matter, it's also
failure.
A national matter. It was something that came out, it was an afterthought. Oh, things are so bad. You remember it was because of the garbage. People, there was a public outcry around the issue of garbage. And also, actually it was mainly that and the flooding. So it never came out of strategic thinking that people started on and then this is the way we need to. It came from failure.
Yeah.
So it was anchored on the wrong things. But also I feel that there's a lot of conmanship going on where that cooperation is concerned.
How so?
The national government committed 80 billion to the county. Most of it going to public works. But during the budgeting process, we've not seen that 80 billion factored.
Okay.
So exactly under which arrangement is this 80 billion being given to the county government? Which budget line? But after the government committed the 80 billion and said they'll come in and support the county.
Yeah.
The county right now is in the process of taking a loan of 6.9 billion.
Which county? This one?
Nairobi County. Isn't
taking a what now?
A loan of 6.9 billion.
Counties take? Okay, I didn't.
From CDN Bank.
Yes, they can.
Oh, from.
And recently, a few months ago,
yes,
the county government moved its accounts to CDN Bank without any explanation as to why they were moving their accounts. I believe as Nairobians, we really need to know why some of these things happen. There was no explanation. Moved to CDN Bank. And now a few months later, they are taking a loan of 6.9 billion.
From the same bank.
From the same bank. Nairobians have not seen the agreement between the county government and CDN banks, and Nairobians have not seen it. We don't know the terms of these loans, how it's supposed to be paid, what is the collateral, what is the timeline of payments.
Okay.
And so my fear, someone who has an interest in Nairobi, I am concerned. What will that money be used for? Will they take that money and loot all of it or channel some of it to the campaigns? And then the incoming county administration will find itself with a huge debt whose purposes Nobody knows.
Do counties borrow the same way national government borrows for development, or they are allowed to borrow for other things like recurrent expenditure or whatever comes to their mind?
They can borrow for recurrent expenditure, for example, but it needs to be within certain limits. And this is something that should be done in a transparent manner. There should be accountability.
Sure.
But right now, in the last financial year of that administration, they are borrowing 6.9 million without revealing what is it for. So if
billion, not million.
Billion, not 6.9 billion, without revealing what is this for. And so if indeed the national government stepped in to give the county 80 billion, where again do they need to take this
6.9?
6.9, and from CDN Bank, not any other bank. From CDN Bank.
I know
shortly after that move.
I know this decision of on CDN Bank. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. A loan is a loan is a loan. However, does Nairobi County still have an assembly?
Yeah, it does.
I thought
with MCAs.
Yes, I thought those fellows ought to be asking these questions that are being asked here, or are they in recess?
And your thoughts are well founded and well placed, and well noted also.
It looks like that's the end of that discussion, isn't it?
But every time they try to raise questions and say that they are going to impeach the governor, they are called to State House and to some other places, and the next thing we know,
they forget.
Yeah. So just as our national government has captured the parliament, so there's also an extent of capture of
on this matter of capture.
Assembly.
I'm of a different view. Are these people forced into capture, or do they?
No. They're not forced into capture.
Yes.
So it's capture, but they're not. It's the institution that has been captured because the members have been compromised. I would put it that way.
Because even the way sometimes it is framed, you get that the compromise is not willing. But I get the impression these people very willingly allow themselves to be compromised.
I would say I totally agree with you. Or not? Yeah, I totally agree with you. They allow themselves to be compromised.
You see why this is important?
Yep.
Remember the discussion we've always had about the sort of people, the type of people we elect.
Yes.
And we stop there. Pauline, do you really think Kenyans are capable of understanding that they need to hold their leaders to account? Because we elect them and then we sit back. If I go back into history, the gains that brought about the new constitution, the gains that we actually saw with the change that came with the Kibaki government, we somehow sat back. Partly, the people who had fought for some of these gains joined the government. And they joined government and they became part of government. So the people who would have now agitated, not for change, but so that the changes can be entrenched, somehow disappeared. Now here we are again. We are looking at a moment when we're saying, hey, a lot of things are going wrong here. And we're agitating. And change will come.
Yeah.
And when it comes, the people who are agitating for change will be in government.
I started by saying that every so often, nature forces us into a reset. And nature forces us into a reset after we become quite comfortable that things start going very wrong. It goes wrong to a point of where we have to, as a people, decide now that we have to come out and agitate. But as you've said, people get comfortable, they get into government, then the cycle repeats itself because we get comfortable. And I agree with you. As a people also, we are to blame because we don't... The agitation should be continuous. The demand for accountability, for good government should be continuous. We shouldn't wait until things completely collapse or go so wrong that we have to go to the streets like we did in 2024.
Can we remove blame from the discussion and consider how the citizenry can actually understand their role in ensuring that they are governed well? Because if we talk about our culture and our traditions, there is a way traditionally we relate to leadership. And we are not really accustomed to confronting
questioning.
Yes, or even we prefer to sort of like wait for them or for their goodwill to set in. It never does. But it's even worse when you find yourself at a time in our history when we have entrenched nicely impunity, we have entrenched the misdirection and the misuse of public resources just as a norm. And we see it. As you say correctly, when somebody is found with 65 million shillings, so it boggles the mind, not because of the amount. What must take place for somebody to be found with that amount of money? Or if, let's say they were a businessman, and what business would you do that would require you to have that amount of money in cash? Paul, you are a businessman. What sort of business would you need to be involved in?
Wash, bro.
You have never understood.
Let's
that
just
term.
be honest.
What is this thing? This thing called wash. What is
money laundering?
That's wash.
Yeah. Kusafisha pesa yani. Ndio manake.
So that you get you have like that kind of amount in your house.
I'm not saying that this girl who was arrested was doing money laundering. I'm just answering what
for any other ordinary person.
What would you do to have that kind of money? I would have to be in money laundering. What he was doing, I don't know. That one we'll leave it to DCI and the courts.
I find it puzzling. I find it puzzling because this money must come from somewhere, unless they're printing it or in his basement or something.
Yeah.
Why am I asking this question is because
but that money is coming from somewhere. Maybe people who are bribed. Every time we have a building collapsing in Nairobi,
and
there's someone who gave an approval.
And that gentleman was a planner.
Yeah, there's someone who gave an approval for that building.
Yes.
For that building. So money changed hands. So are you surprised that these people have such kind of amounts of money in their houses?
A lot of hands must have been involved in that particular changing because it's a colossal amount. The disturbing part of it is the conversation about normalizing graft, normalizing wrong in our conversations, but again, the understanding of the pushback. Because I've heard what you've said about the things you want to do. Just like women have this enormous wall that they face whenever they get into public life or politics. If you're talking about change, more so in something like the county system, God help you. Because the opposition you will have is immense. And the only bulwark you have against this is actually the citizenry. If the citizenry support you and it is clear that they are behind you, there's very little somebody can actually
then you're able to move.
Then you are able to move. Okay? You only need to understand. The late Raila Odinga gave us the sort of example that it makes you easy to understand. How does an ordinary citizen of a country tell people that they should have a holiday the following day? And people actually stop going to work. Now, political positions understand this person has a following, and it's not him. The following he has makes him who he is.
You remember that statement of the people shall?
Yes.
So you're saying when the people are behind you,
yes,
you can really you can use it for good,
yes,
or for bad.
See, that's why I'm going somewhere, Pauline. I'm asking you, since you're a politician, how do you get the people to be behind you? That really is my question, because the things you want to do, I understand the planning, I understand. How do you get people to believe in you?
You must sell a vision and have people own that vision. And for people to own that vision, they must feel that you actually mean well, you actually care for them, and the vision you have outlined for them, it will actually solve the need. It will meet their needs. It must be a vision that
so
is
they
relatable.
resonate with that particular
They
vision.
must resonate with that particular vision so that they own it. And once they own it, they'll fall behind you. But if you outline a vision for them, then a few months down the line, you have started going back on your word. You lose trust, and then reclaiming that trust will be
a problem.
It is a problem. So even if you get into a fight with whatever they like calling the cartel, the people will not be behind you because they're like, you are one of them.
Yeah.
So you need to sell a vision, but most importantly, you must make them own the vision, but also earn their trust fully.
Actually, you're right. Own the vision.
Yes, yeah.
Own the vision.
They own the vision, and then they trust you fully.
Two questions as we come to a close. First one, Sifuna is currently no longer the SG of ODM party. Does that change Linda Mwananchi's makeup? Even going forward, is now Linda Mwananchi going to become a party? What can you tell us about what that does to Linda Mwananchi?
First of all, Sifuna is now bigger than ODM. ODM is in its deathbed.
Okay.
And kicking him out actually fastens the process of...
He's still a member, right?
Of
ODM.
demise. Yeah, kicking him out as the SG.
Okay.
Because he's the one that people are following. And he's backed by other people like Babu Owino, who also has a very big following. He's backed by Orengo, Otsosi, Karoli Omondi, all these people, Kina Kibagendi. These are the leaders that actually have the people. So the future of Edwin Sifuna will not be determined by the action that ODM has taken. His future he's set for great things.
Those rallies are fantastic. How do you convert those numbers into voters or into votes?
Again, it's a vision that will sell the people. We have to ask ourselves, what do people need now? What are they looking for? Are we representing their aspirations and their dreams as we should? Are we effectively being their voice? So that is how we'll be able to convince and convert them that we actually are the kind of leadership that they are looking for. If we manage to convince them that, then they will convert that support into votes.
Okay. 25th of June, Wakenya wamesema watakumbuka dada zao na kaka zao ambao walikufa kwa maandamano.
Na watoto wao.
For sure, yes. What are your thoughts on that particular commemoration?
The events of June 2024, they'll be part of this country's history for a very long time. And just as we remember our Mashujas who died in the war for independence, the people who died in June 2024, not died, killed by the state, are worth remembrance. They are worth that commemoration because they fought for this country. Again, they set us into a certain course that is going to change the history of this country.
True.
So we have to remember them. Those are patriots. And their place in history should not be forgotten. So even this year, the Gen Zs have said they are going to go out and they are going to commemorate their peers who died.
Okay.
Their families have said they are going to come out and they are going to commemorate. And the state should be very careful not to take that opportunity again to suppress the citizens when they want to express themselves or when they want to mourn and remember what happened. So people should be allowed, if they want to come out in the streets and for that remembrance, they should be allowed to do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your parting shot.
My parting shot? We are at a very defining moment as a country. We have a chance to change for the better. We have a chance to reset. And the state will try to do so much, including giving money to bribing voters, doing all manner of development projects like we are seeing in Kalau right now. But we need to remember that this is money they have stolen from us. It's not a favor they are doing. Even if you decide to take that 100, even that 1,000, you need to remember that that 100,000, that 200 bob will not pay for your health care when you go to a hospital and find that there's no medicine, there are no equipment. That 200 will not cater for that. That 200 will not pay for your children's school fees when the government decides to cut capitation by half. You may take your 200, but remember we are in a defining moment where you can change the future of this country for the better.
Thank you so much, Pauline. This is where we come to a close as far as our conversation is concerned. Na ukuje tena. Nimeona hapa kuna watu sana wameukuliza maswali mengi. Kuna jamaa ameandika private message hapa akauliza, akasema tuambie, where is that message? It's a very long one, but amesema kwa ufupi you need to reply to his DM because he's looking for, I think, Karoli Omondi and Honorable Babu Owino, na amesema you are his link. So kindly endo angalie DM, kuna mtu anataka hiyo usaidizi.
Sawa, nitaangalia DM.
Alafu kuna mtu ameuliza, how can she, that is now you, how can she rate this government?
What scale is she supposed
In a scale of 1 to 10?
I don't know, it's a question. Mimi nitauliza tu venye mtu ameuliza.
In a scale of 1 to 10? 1, just because it exists.
So you are giving them one for existence.
Everything from domestic affairs to international affairs, and maybe the next time we can talk about their conduct of diplomacy and international relations. It's one for existence.
Hizo zote ni 00000.
Yes.
All right. Asante sana Pauline, tunakushukuru kwa kuja huku kwetu leo, and tafadhali njoo tena. Na sana ukuje tuambie kuna mambo ambayo tungependa kukuuliza. Unfortunately we have run out of time, but please make sure that if we invite you, come again.
Thank you, Abil, and thank you for hosting me.
Karibu sana. Folks, see you tomorrow morning bright and early. Here is the news with Winnie Maganga.